I mean, yeah, there's people with like 50 viewers that make more than people with 1,000 viewers. Maybe not that extreme, but 50 versus 500, yeah. Off stun 1 DPS, kidney the other DPS, swap healer after the full CC chain if they trinket, or just like wait for the next go. Or even like gouge to kill target for points and then kidney. And then strike, but yeah, usually I try to like cross both DPS just so I don't get peeled. Or I just fake open without CC and let them peel me. I was talking more sub. But sometimes it's good to just Shadow Strike, get your Rupture up, let them disarm and Stormbolt and fear you on air. And then you could just kind of do a kidney go with Rupture already up, and it saves you a lot of globals. Yeah, an Outlaw, you just kind of off cheap shot, multiple things, spam some BTEs, momentum, keep your AR going. Harass the healer as much as you can with micro CC, same way you'd play sub. You do want to sap your blind in a perfect world. Good to like pair it with a stun or a kick. I mean, you're not really. Your impact is just that you're annoying, you spam stun for the DPS on your team, and you give people tricks and haste. And you do good micro CC on the healer. But yeah, you're not gonna like ever even 40-0 someone. You have 0 burst as Outlaw. You're just completely an Voker for other people. You just are more mobile and more tanky, so you just have more quality of life. You're in tricks all the time? Not really, no. Obviously, you always play unending. Or enduring. And then, I usually play the haste. Sometimes I drop it though. And then yeah, you're flexing between bomb, disarm, veil. Tricks if you like trust your teammate. But yeah. In shuffle, you can't trust anyone. Yeah, maybe we'll get some viewer threes going eventually. Maybe not today yet, but gotta find people that and vet people that I want to play it with. But do you think it's possible for them to fix it at this point? Anything is possible. Will they do it? Is it likely? Probably not. They're too drenched in their hole of, see, PvP's been dead for decades. And thinking we're crazy. And just gaslighting us. Like, if they just put in an ounce of effort, like 15 years ago, it'd be a very different atmosphere. It wouldn't be 99.5 to 0.5 in terms of player base. It would be 60-40, with PvP almost being as popular as PV. If they just did 1 ounce of what private servers did 15 years ago. But it's kind of a day late and a dollar short at this point. People are just really fed up. But people will come back, clickbait a patch for like a week, try it out, and then shit on it. Because shitting on things is popular. Like we'll see another 700 different types of Asmongold milking that it's dying, you know? People would rather talk about things dying than give solutions on how to fix it. And devs are always usually, I mean, there's certain developers, like studios and stuff that are more vocal to the process and everything, but they're going to be too stubborn of, you know, you think you did, but you don't. And they're not going to really listen to feedback, even if it's good. I guess it's hard not for anything to be an echo chamber, but it's also, you know. I mean, even Mop wasn't perfect. There's never been a version of WoW that was ever even remotely balanced. It's a shame they don't just ban people for reacting. Granted, then I'd be at risk for how I mute my music in the VODs, but... I think reacting is such lazy, non-transformative content. Unless you're literally doing some kind of literal asked for permission collaborative thing of this is my transformative take on what you did. And doing my own cross-reference slash, you know, seeing if I can replicate it. But for the majority of the time, anyone you watch doing any reacts, it's literally just them sitting there drooling, not saying a word. Very rare that you find someone that will actually, you know, John Madden draw all over the screen, like, or even do a detailed point that's not just yapping to fill time. Or some random, unrelated anecdotal thing. Like, reacting 99% of the time is just like an XQC, watching like a 2-minute clip and then saying like one sentence. It's not even like what like a kindergarten school could like give to like an assignment on, like, of like analyzing something. It's like reacting in general is just such a lazy medium, and it's a shame that it's just like been the meta for decades at this point. And it's crazy too, because like everyone gravitates to the same React content. So it's weird how people will watch the same content 7 different times. So like watch Daily Dose on their own, then they'll watch like 5 different other people watch Daily Dose, so then it's like you've seen these exact same clips 700 times, even without doom scrolling through Twitter. Yeah, my hair gets greasy pretty fast. It's like a day and a half, but yeah. Yeah, to not circle back on the day late dollar short thing, it's kind of crazy that we've had MMR issues and just not an entire revamp of the ranking system for like 3 years in a row now. I would say it's a hard question. I think honestly Cataclassic slash WAD, anything pre-Legion. Like Mop was great, but it was also really annoying fighting Warlocks every game. And Blood Fear. I just wasted a dance because I thought I was playing Outlaw. That's fine. Farmed into the Searing Glare there. Trinkets. I'll just drink Cloak, I guess. Bomb this. Should be kill. We got Trinket Burrow. He gets bopped. I'll just dual healer for CC then. Into a gouge. This also prevents him from getting dotted. He bubbles the gouge. Might be dead here. I actually lose my Darkest Night because I was micro CC'd for so long off of that. With the triple stun off the Searing Glare. Stun ret for any off heals or anything. Just blind healer here, but not much to pair with it. Might sap that. Thought I get a cheap shot at least. Do a gouge. Do a half kidney. I have blades for the next go. Step kick Pally soon if he ever casts. Spoiler, he won't. I'm dead here. I let him get the pre-wall off. I really shouldn't have. I think we just win here through wall. Good sink. This crit. I think we're dead. Nice maim off that for me. Another burrow. I have no damage, so I'm just dueling for CC. Kill the Tremor. Big Abyss crit. I mean, we'll basically be playing Season 15 all the seasons. That's how Classic works. You don't play Season 12, 13, 14, 15. You play Season 15 in Season 1, Season 15 in Season 2, all the way through. Yeah, you won't get to play God mode, best class of all time warrior. The beginning of Mob Warrior was more broken than the beginning of Wrath Death Knight. Most people don't agree with me on that, but true. Oh, this is really awkward. I wasted like half that sap because I'm too laggy with 150 ping to gouge the Shaman. Hopefully my ret doesn't just die here. He might. Got 10 on DRs for Pally. Walls. Takes me on clone. I tried to vanish the clone, but ping. My red still has bubble here. Hopefully he doesn't greet it. We're all three low. Hopefully the ret can 5-0 the pally. Oh. Nice, he solos him. Problem is MOP, they're not going to address the LFG being terrible, and they're not going to add solo queue. And they're not going to add classic rewards to retail. And they're not going to add the alt rank 1 spots. They're not going to add any of the quality of life stuff that are going to make people want to go to MOP. So it'll die after one season, like every other version of Classic, I think. I want it to live, but yeah. Nostalgia might make people do 2 seasons, but everyone's going to whine about Warlocks and Bloodfear. And you're just going to get Hunter locked, Ellie locked, Windwalker locked. I want MOP to do well though, because it's like the last hope I have at like being able to keep playing Arena as it is. Whatever version it is. Whether I'm annoyed at Hunters or annoyed at whatever is good, you know, but don't really see the growth and longevity in the scene. It gets smaller and smaller. Like the middle and bottom class is kind of just completely gone. Like the variety has been so much worse the last 2 expansions. Even though Dragonflight made a lot of improvements to quality of life in some areas. And War Within improved on actually some areas, as blasphemous as that is. Like I think the new sockets, even though it's a lot of honor, are better, and you know, the crafted gear, I think crafting in general is still too complicated for noobs, but it's handled a lot better this way, that it's not like tied to PvE sparks and everything. Or like rating locked behind 2100 to get like the proper fragments and stuff. To get like a weapon. There's no like mythic plus grinding a ring. Like gearing is a lot better. I think we're just dead here. Blind the Sank when he does it. Oh, he's not getting it off because we crossed the rat. Love that guy. Sap trinket. I'm gonna babysit 3 saps. Take finance in a sec. Might be dead here. Got swap. There also just needs to be less versions of WoW, yeah. There needs to be one classic, one retail. It needs to just be a RuneScape style classic plus. Kata plus, Mop plus. Different timeline. With solo queue, hardcore, you know. Put whatever type of versions you want into one type of classic. We don't really need vanilla number 7 electric boogaloo, press your one button, 60-year-old retirement home. This duel's not great. Thought we would get more. Couldn't kick that because Heart of the Wild was too slow. Got Amzo. Saving me was 5. Thank you so much, man. I'm gonna collect this clone. JK. Pick flash heal in a sec. Couldn't. Oh, I couldn't kick back this ping. I'll bomb this kidney so it doesn't sink. Kick flash heal, hopefully. No, that one was a real fake. That one wasn't like kicked after the cast went off. Meld this clone on me. We have blades for the next go, but I'm getting cloned here. At least they overlap it with Searing Glare. I'm AFK anyway. Most watch, well, I'll take it. He's still just spamming heart clones. Rhett has bubble. I'll kidney Rhett though, and then I'll try to go stun the healer, and then I'll come back to the feral. Or I'll just get feared on my dance and it won't break the full bleeds, and then I'll get the DR stunned out of it. That works too. Still gonna blades, because we're desperate. I don't know if this game will go long enough. This crit into double of this. I had to do that to farm the dance charge for that. I almost got the 2200 6-0 after losing 3 lobbies in a row. The sympathy points. Red's like, I just died again instantly, even though he died pretty slowly. I don't know, like, Red should just have auto bubble back, man. Still into Angel because him was already over, but got heart clones. He's getting insta LA blasted and a bunch of other stuff. Dodge Feral on his CC. Continue this guy. DR cheap for a blind sap. Oh, was it DR blind? That's awkward. I threw with that. I thought that was a full blind still. I was just doing the DR stun into blind to still get a sap. I think we're dead really soon. He's not gonna bubble. I can feel it. Do a 3-point of this for finality without using my Darkest Night. Big of this crit. I have blades for the next go if we don't kill soon. Maybe you should have just stayed disarmed for the enhance instead of trying to play smoke bomb. Gouge healer into a kidney. Trying to fake his fate or death, he's just not pressing either. Pick the hex. Bomb this guy soon, I just need my dance. Getting cloned there though, feels bad. Nice, Hodge. Bomb this? Oh, he grips it. Guess I just try to swap the shaman then, even though it's bad. Cloaking this clone because I don't have time to get there to kick it. I didn't have step. Gouge healer. Do a cheap shot. I get maimed before I can meld. He has no bubble, we probably die soon. I might even be dead here. I'll stun this guy off me, Crimson Vial. Yeah. Rip the 6-0. I tried. At least 2,200 players can do 140 million more damage than me, because bring the blast, not the player. Well, bring this back. I could play Outlaw. And still be like 80 to 100 million behind. I don't know, I lost the last 3 lobbies. One was like a win trading DC'd priest. That it didn't kick him out into the game until after he lost on my team every time. And then the other one was, I forget. Pretty much ret lobbies every game though. Hopefully we'll get some more variety. Yeah, GG Ace. It's Holy Priest. Holy Priest is pretty non-viable, to be honest, unless you're like Zenlin or something, but... I mean, Glad is an obtainable goal, though, I guess. You're not trying to, like, compete or get rank 1 or something, but... I'm sure there's a couple comps. Like, you definitely could play with, like, a Feral. Maybe play, like, FM Priest or something. Or some kind of Hunter comp, like play jungle, snipe a bunch of people. Let's open a 3rd WoW. I think Kalp did it for fun. I know Zandalari and stuff's getting a buff. On Tuesday. Or not Tuesday, but next week. Next Tuesday. Yeah, 2 is a different beast. But in 3 is just not great. But yeah, just try to have good mana. Except you're gonna have lower HPS. Except that you're gonna be one of the few healers that don't really have like real damage. Like you can kind of do some Holy Fire Burst, but it's not great. RMP's not really peak broken to like carry it. I mean, you could try to play RMP if you're like a diehard RMP player, but... We got 3 WoWs open. You work? It is if I stop losing. 'Cause, yeah, right. We had yeah, we had this one was just the priest was DC'd. So yeah, I lost round 1 with the disconnected priest. I lost round 2 with the disconnected priest, and then we won round 3, and then the lobby ended. So it was a 1 and 2. And then this was a triple rogue lobby, where the Acer Rogue somehow didn't 6-0. He just, I got all 3 of them to 10% multiple times. So he just bleed executed nothing, and the Outlaw basically 5-1'd. So I went 1-5. And then this one we 5-1'd. So we basically broke even in 3 lobbies for 2 hours of queues for like 30 minutes of gameplay, and we broke even at low rating, where we should 6-0 in the opener every game. While we have 3 WoWs open trying to play the game. On a EU or on an AM, so. But yeah, I got you if you want. I mean, there's just like no variety. It's not even top heavy anymore. It's like very almost middle heavy. The top is given out and just are too bored, and the bottom is given up. I thought you played both though, because I played with your Shaman on an A for viewer 2s for a while in like Dragonflight. But yeah, I could help you if you want. I just wasn't sure which one you wanted. I wasn't sure if you were still playing both or not. Oh. I raised it, yeah. I had like 4 people redeem it in 1 month. And I was like, is 200k that obtainable? I could just give you VIP if you want him, so. Yeah, let me get you in on 2s. Surely one of 3 WoWs will pop eventually. 35 minutes, this one's fresh. Yeah, sign up, Imzo, I got you. I mean, yeah, it used to be that you could just get into games. Nowadays, even if I try to play real like 3s at like low MR, I'm gonna get like a 7-minute queue even on the weekend at like 5 p.m., 6 p.m., like prime time. Like the prime time is just completely RNG. Like you have to just guess when the game will be playable. It's like, okay, today the game is playable at 9 p.m., but we don't know till 9 p.m. Okay, now the game is playable at 11 p.m. Okay, now the game is playable at 6 p.m. And it's just... It's pretty insane. Like how like that primetime window is like an hour or 2 usually, not even. But you'll actually have multiple different teams queuing and short queues and, you know. Otherwise there's very low variety. Freeze is just, oh, we farm this team 6 times in a row, or they farm us and we give up. You gonna sign up, Imzo? I thought I got you. I think a lot of it is just streaming was kind of holding the game up by a bit. For PvP at least. And all the streamers are just playing vanilla because it's more money. Why put in any effort and skill when you could just roleplay? Yeah, we had it forever ago, yeah. I don't have it on Europe though, because nothing's account wide to Europe. Yeah, there just needs to be one version of Classic, one version of Retail. Gotta be more dead than Retail? Honestly, I don't know. I don't really see people on my battle.net on, but that might just be who I have added nowadays still. Oh, I got you, Hamza. Wonder how much CPU I'm at with 3 wows while streaming. Surprisingly, not that bad. Thing is, people aren't going to come back from Classic, so. And Kata Classic is also a very retail-y fraction of what Classic is. There's just like a communist, that's not the right word. A support group of people that don't want any difficulty in the game, that just want the game to be a mobile game level of difficulty. That don't want skill expression or mechanics or any depth to the game. That just want to get the highest rewards and be, you know, and just have that power fantasy of like, oh, I am like a world first raider, even though I don't put in the effort. And that's the people that actually like love vanilla WoW, where it's just like, okay, time invested equals skill. I don't actually have to look up guides or sim anything or learn anything. Are you talking about the Act 1 boss? I had to re-optimize my damage because I was like doing auto attack too much. Did I have a screen protector? I'm sorry, Slight. Not even gonna victim blame the screen protector. I mean, that's unfortunate. Got Ross, so I'm not gonna blades. He already trapped me defensively, so I don't really have to worry about him trapping my healer for a bit. We overlap evasion and paints up, kind of sucks, but. Down he goes. Careful. Yeah, there's no stopping that. Yeah, the IRL changes can't help with the sleep for sure. What class are you playing, Ristin? If you're playing Merc, I would actually like look at a build. I feel like you could play multiple different playstyles and do fine on other classes, but on Merc, you definitely want to be abusing grenades. That's like the whole point of the spec. I wasn't doing it enough. It's either just freezing people and shattering it, or just spamming grenades everywhere. Especially like comboing the armor penetration poison grenade with the fire grenades exploding the poison. Like the only way to like play Merc, I feel like. I just like Subterfuge. I have cleaner control. You know, I think I really move around. Sometimes I'll play like T instead of Subterfuge. And like try to one-shot, but... I mean, I guess you move honor talents around between Veil, disarm, and occasionally like tricks or something like that. But I'm only going DFA here because it's twos, and I don't need tricks or disarm. It's just extra mobility. Just if you're like energy starved or like doing a go for like extra mastery procs while you're like spamming BT or something. When you have like a lot of pressure with like AR or killing spree or anything like that. Is PoE a decent game? I think it's pretty good. It's really hard. They made it way harder than PoE 1. You have to almost treat it like a Dark Souls game, kind of, is what a lot of people say, but I haven't felt it was that difficult, kind of, but you definitely have to respect mechanics. Oh, that sucks, that broke. Not Dragon Rage or anything. I don't think we needed to use any CDs here, but fake is fade. Not doing it. I'm gonna grip this. Not gripping. Not the best bomb. I mean, at least we got Angel him, even though he didn't need to. But Vage for Damberduck with the feint. Trying not to land the ulti, but we have blades for the next go. Put this as long as I can. Of course, I just come out to air. Got Trinket Wall. There's Dragon Rage. Won't be able to sap this because Shadow Fiend. Might actually because of the LOS. I don't know. I think we're dead here. Trying to kidney defensively, but need to just run. Wild to get a sap. Got Trinket Swap. Base for Damberduck, but I can die here. I cloak in 20. Think we're dead here though? Yeah. Still early that game? I just thought I had more pressure than I did. Had blades up, and CC was over. Thought I could try to make him panic, use more CDs. And my main problem with PoE that's been an issue is just it kept crashing my computer. Like there's an issue with X3D CPUs. And it doesn't matter if you play full screen, non-windowed, it doesn't matter if you turn DLSS off. If you... The only thing you can do is like do a CPU limiter that like cuts off a couple cores when you go over 90% CPU. Because the load screens like memory leak your computer if you're on a X3D chip for AMD. Like the 7800 X3D type CPUs and stuff like that. Yeah, I tried, even with the CPU limiter, it's crashed once or twice, but it helped it a lot. I think that's better than like turning multi-threading off, where you just got 80% of your CPU or your frame rate. So not good for what? What do you mean? At first I thought it was like a Windows specific issue with 24H2 versus 24H3 or 23H2. But I even reinstalled Windows a third time and went back to 23H2 and I still had the issue. So yeah. Cuz I know there's a lot of issues with the newer version of Windows, but no, the extra 3D models are amazing for every game. They're the best CPU you can get for your money. It's definitely worth it. Just if you play Path of Exile 2, there's like a bug with them. But yeah, they're amazing. I would definitely get a 9800 X3D if you can. Now, if you have a 7800 X3D already, I probably wouldn't. It's only like a 10-20% increase. But yeah. And it's borderline the same price. It's just like if you're getting it now, you might as well spend the extra 100 or whatever to get a 98 instead of a 78. But it is the best CPU you can get for gaming. As of right now. Got an Outlaw shuffle. I might have to leave you M's out. And then I got you after. It'll probably decline though. 5 out of 6. Yeah, we got a load screen. We gotta win this in EH. LE, okay. Got 50 seconds to win. I'm all inning. I should have gone T, but I already pre-symbolized. Alright. Just in time. Like a glove. I knew what I gotta do. When in doubt, always train the Rusted Druid. They will always die through skin and complain. They will never press Trinket Trank ever on every CD. Love it when a plan comes together. Well, I had multiple days off last week because of like holiday plans that were going on for a while, with people visiting early, but um yeah, so I had 3 days off last week when normally I have 1 to 2. So yeah, I gotta get some crazy hours in, so I started a couple hours early today. But yeah, trying to get more 8 to 10 hour days in. No more like 6 hour half days unless I'm incredibly fried. I need to just eat on stream more. I can't afford any time off, especially with the viewership how it is. I just need to stream twice as many hours and go from $9 an hour to like $4 an hour until I can just quit in like 2 months probably if things don't pick up. I mean, I'm just gonna look for some miserable entry-level IT job or something, and then part-time stream as a side hustle for a couple months until maybe I can go full-time again. If the game gets better, which I don't know if it will. It's just too much of a gamble restarting my whole channel when I'm paycheck to paycheck and I have to figure out a lot for taxes. Even with my rent and a bunch of other things and some computer upgrades and stuff, I could maybe get my expenses to like 10K to like kind of negate a lot of my taxes, but yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna, like, my income is so much worse this month already. My ad revenue fell off a cliff because viewership of WoW is just so down for non-vanilla. It's just I already make less than minimum wage. And yeah, I mean, cost of living, everything just keeps getting more and more expensive. It's just some people can stream vanilla and some people can't. Like, I'm very much I like the teaching aspect of streaming, and, you know, I'm not just a React Andy exuding social, you know, networker. And that's all vanilla is. I would just be like half my viewership already. I'd be at like 40 viewers playing vanilla. It's just not for me. I'm too ADHD to enjoy watching paint dry. I don't know how to be that fake. So Ellie's just randomly taking it. Blind healer, stun his trinket. Can win here. My meld bugged so I don't get a game-winning off-tube shot. Try to do a gouge though. Stun CD for 1. Get the fiend. JK, I get stunned. Hopefully we don't die before I can kill the fiend. Meld off-tube shot now. Apparently I didn't get it off before. Get a re-cheap shot. Nice. I'm doing some stuff with skill capped. I'm doing some coaching and stuff like that, but it's all just not really enough. Oh yeah, I already do that with my rent. I already have a whole Excel spreadsheet of all of my things I've had expenses on. And I could already get my expenses up to like 10K. Yeah, I mean, YouTube Shorts is a good way to do it for sure. I suck at editing, and that's the skill I gotta train. Yeah, yep, you have to be like a 500 viewer plus Andy to make vanilla okay. Because like your community has to carry your stream. People have to be spamming text to speech. You know, you gotta be, you know, just reacting to nothing. Watching people's death compilations, you know, constantly and shit like that. Like, it's not really a game that you play. Half the time you're reacting, or you're talking to someone else, or you're doing some weird roleplay with someone, you know? But it's hard to do that as like a solo, you know. I'm also just not even big enough to even get into OnlyFans nowadays. I have a little bit of history with Soda, but I doubt he even really remembers me. But wouldn't even really want to. I would rather quit and put the IT frag, IT fries in the bag. I don't know why I was saying frags. I don't know. At least then maybe I'd actually have health insurance. And my taxes would already be taken out instead of figuring out how I'm gonna like waste money for expenses. I don't get the sap because I got CC'd. Maybe get a gouge though. He gets the life cocoon because I didn't get the dispel. I think we're dead here. Dying through wall. See walled low, yeah. If you can hit 2 targets without breaking CC, good to keep Blade Flurry up, yeah. Hopefully he has something for healer, and then I can kidney off. Grapple over for a kick. Grapple over for a kidney in a sec. I don't even need to. Actually, I do. Give the guy haste. Might be dead here. Grapple back into this even though we're gonna get triple AoE'd. Get lassoed. Hopefully he silences it so I can kidney. I'm almost in touch of death range. I'm like 2 finishers away from a vanish. Can actually win here. Now we're just dead. Is DH? It's not a counter. You just gotta find a better kill target. You're only gonna really have an issue with like double HPAL lobby or like some rep pally lobbies. DH is one of the few classes you can kill. It's like DH, Resto Druid, Dragon. There's not many classes that you actually can kill. And that's one of them. I have to get double food. I'm just like the only person not playing vanilla at this point. Is what is the gist of the title? Need flashier titles, you know. Yeah, I got a couple more weeks in me. But yeah, I can't really afford the viewership and stuff that's kind of going on lately with Arena. Unless vanilla dies really, really soon. Like, pretty much go out with Plunderstorm probably. There's just no growth. The viewership gets less and less every month, and I'm actually like kind of losing followers. I don't really know how to be entertaining unless I'm just like being a React Andy or just like doing a insane attach myself to another streamer collaborative effort, you know, duo. Tika Czar, you know, banter. Because like gameplay itself is just not really an option anymore with where WoW's at. The queues are too long, there's not enough variety, the balance is as bad as it usually is. I should know how to be more positive and have more fun, but it's just, yeah. The game needs a lot of changes. The whole rating structure needs to be different. People need to just be less intimidated. And we lose. That sucks. DH Priest lives at like 4% there from after the swap. They just need a different type of solo queue. And there needs to just be one version of Classic. Yeah, I'm already looking for a job right now. I updated my resume and shit yesterday. Like, I'll still stream, like, part-time. But, yeah. Like, I'm still gonna go crazy extra full-time for, like, the next month. I'm just gonna work twice as hard to, like, break even with what I normally work. If I can do, like, 200 hours this month to make what I make in 140 hours, fuck it. But, yeah. We're gonna grind really hard the next couple weeks. And then play some Plunderstorm for a couple weeks. And then probably take a break. And then, like, just part-time it. Unless shit changes. Like, if I'm somehow back to being, like, a 200-300 Andy without hosts. and everyone gives up on vanilla. And I'm like maintaining easily 500 subs without a sub goal or something. And I'm not like stressed about taxes and rent and let alone health insurance and, you know, just some level 1 miserable help desk. Honestly, I don't even know if I fully want to, because like the entry level jobs pay almost the same. Like it's stupid. They keep buffing minimum wage, and then just everyone at like the mid wage gets nothing. Like, why wouldn't you just be lazy at like a Taco Bell and make like $3 less than having your associates and doing like a level 1 help desk job? Like how does like minimum wage go up like $8 and then, you know, the $20 an hour jobs go up $2? Just because supply and demand, people will still do them, but like it's sad. Like the like, you know, the job I had like right before COVID was at $20 an hour. Now it's at like $22 an hour. Yeah, I've done that model a few times with people, but hard to find though, that someone that like knows the game, even if you kind of go hands-on of clipping everything for them and stuff, but it's also weird with like the whole, most streamers don't even multi-stream to YouTube, even though they should. Like it's really easy to set up multi-streaming and almost no one does it. Crazy. But in general, YouTube streaming's kind of dying. Because most people that got on a contract are just coming back to Twitch now. Ludwig and like a bunch of people. They did their time. And then they're just coming back. And YouTube hasn't done any strides to like improve their like chat and emote and like community experience to it. Like I do think there's some elements where it's ahead. I think having infinite bitrate is crazy because they have the bandwidth for it. The timeline being able to rewind is much better on YouTube. But yeah. Most people that had like an exclusivity deal are just going back now. Twitch just played the long game and waited it out. But I think it's still always worth it to multi-stream. It's like, best case, you're just dragging new people in. Teach, dude. Like, I'd be in the same boat that I'm in right now, wanting like surgery for like my spine and stuff, and like fixing my jaw with like the overbite and stuff like that, and, like a bunch of other stuff, and maybe even LASIK, you know. And then wanting to afford a ring, you know, because it's been years and years. You know, like yeah, I mean, I can't afford shit. It's unfortunate making like 30K a year. Even if you're doing what you love. When my rent is fucking 1,700 that I'm just lighting on fire like 20 grand a year. I know people are always like, but yeah, you have to budget repairing your roof or something. It's like, yeah, well, you budget that. I mean, I guess you still get property tax. Like, it's actually insane to me that property tax is the thing. You're basically still paying rent even if you fucking paid your house off. I would rather do that than play vanilla, yeah. Obviously, I've only had 2 help desk experiences. And it was probably just, you know, what I was qualified for. But, yeah, I'm sure there are some that aren't as miserable. I just have bad luck. Because, yeah, the one I had, there was like 6 of us. As an MSP, managed service provider, for like hundreds of companies. And they would just get mad at me for escalating anything. And our team lead never worked at all, really. So it was just me and one other guy doing level 1 for like hundreds of companies. And then the other guy quit, so it was like just me. And my KPMs were good, but it was just a fucking so much stress that I was just overthinking everything. Oh, we got some twos. Keep helping Amza. We'll just get off the hunter. Yeah, I calculate it, and I basically, on average, like there's days where I'll make like 500, and then there's days where I will work and make like 20 bucks for the whole day, for a long day, not even like a short day. Like I've had 9-hour days where I make 20 bucks. Like on average, the ad revenue comes out to like $5 to $7 an hour in ad revenue, and on average, I probably make about $10 an hour. No, Natalie is, you know, she's only making like 25 an hour, and she does like, I don't fully want to like kind of dox her or anything, but it's not finance. It's kind of income verification for stuff. But yeah, I mean, we're both paycheck to paycheck with that. I can't even imagine when student loans ever kick in. Cause yeah, I've gone over my analytics a few times on stream, but like from Twitch. I'm pretty transparent with things I don't really care. Doesn't negatively affect me or anything. Yeah, for the whole year. I'm at less than last year. If we divide the numbers together, yeah, we're at almost $12 an hour actually right now. But when I checked like a month ago, we were at like $10 an hour. We had some subs kind of perk us back up this month. Because we were at one point we were like below 200 subs even again. When last year we were kind of hovering above 600 most of the year. But yeah, it's also just depressing to watch the follower numbers not really grow and to just, you know, go down in viewership. Like, growth is like one of the most fun parts about streaming. It just sucks to not really see any. Oh, I almost sat Pally there. Charge the pet on the pet blade storm. Pet blades for this go. I'm dying on my go. Through swap. Fainted all this, still gonna have to evasion for dam reduct and then faint the second time. While also in dome. Dying through feint, evasion, and dome. Bring the pet over to break him out. Oh, actually the evasion didn't go off because ping. Thought it did, but... I think I'm just dead here though. Forts aggro. Hi, was out of combat there. Advantage come up in 1. I almost was able to sap that, but not playing Vanish Shields and coming out of that. Step to come blind. Avoid some damage. Should be able to kill here, actually. He's gonna pour it, never mind. Or not. Yeah. I love Orc Warlock. I don't get to do my rotation as much as I want. Walls aggro. I need to pet off myself, I guess. Almost 60% damp. Pally's out of combat, but I don't really have a way to get a good sap on him, but... Step sap him. Big of his crit. Secret tech. Figures out of the sap. We actually can win here. Never mind bubble. Bubble and lay. Still has like a couple more bops, I think. And trinket. And then Warlock will have his trinket. I get DR Axe tossed. Phage for Dammer Duck with my feint. Try to dodge Shadow Free. Stop the fear. I don't know if I'll be able to stop the rep, but kidney into blind sap. He parts my dance because I can't cheap shot him with this ping. Look at this crit. Hopefully sap that. Base combat. I get the sap actually. Get another bop. We get the bop off. Big tyrant. On healer. Gonna break to my secret tech. I have a gouge, but I just can't move. He sacks, now I can't anyway, so maybe I'll just gouge as an interrupt on Warlock after I land my pick. Can blind in 2. I just get coiled. Edge the bomb so it's further for him to run in. Duel as he gets in. 65% damp, all she wrote. Okay, the guy tried to fake 0 kicks, stood in the middle of the map, ported aggro, walled aggro, bopped aggro, and still takes 70% damp to die. Because he can press his defenses while stunned. You just go into bartender. And you go to state configuration. And you just stealth dome page. How you doing, Sappy? Yeah, there was some good saps that game. There should be a link down below. Like on the page. There's like a mobile subscribe link. When you're doing those kind of lobbies, you just either wait out till next DR, or you try to just go someone else, or you just do half stuns or go without stuns. I'm not gonna blades this because Hunter already used crit immune. So I'm kind of saving everything for next go. Beige because he has stuff popped. Oh, we overlap paint stuff. That's kind of huge. We got Trinket and PS. Try to step kick, but hopefully he can just kill the hunter on his own. I have gouge kidney off that. He wills. Fades my ship, but priest kills him. If you scroll down, there should be like a sub link, either in the panels or like in the like the summary, like front page. So you could put like links there, and I made one for mobile. Which that is a good pro tip to do as a streamer. Most people don't do this, but forget where the setting is for it. But I don't even see it right now. It's like right here. If you put this like in your bio, I forget where you could put these settings. It's good to put a link to this, because if people try to mobile sub through Twitch itself, their sub costs more money because of the App Store tax for Apple and, you know, Chrome with Google. So if you just have the actual subscription link on mobile, people have an easier way to just get to the desktop subscription link without the App Store from the browser of their phone. So you just have a cheaper sub that way. Then subbing on mobile where everything's more expensive for no reason because mobile is a cash grab. But yeah, most streamers don't really think to put like the subscription link there or in the panels. Yeah, it definitely helps people on mobile to like actually properly get to the non-mobile page. Rematch against the same team. 100 pets over here. He probably doesn't micro it. Yeah. Trying to gouge him, but I'm too laggy. Try to get turtle here. Got it. Step kick into a kidney. Do a meld cheap shot. Do a re-cheap shot into a blind. Bomb this guy. Block the binding shot. Get scattered instead. Get life swap. Take penance in a sec. Oh, I gave him cog. Banish the penance. I was going to do a lot of atonement healing with it. Pre-Rost, so I guess I waited out. He's going to kite me anyway. I want to step kidney here so bad, but he's going to get gripped. So I'm just going to RP walk. Look at this crit. Trigger Trank. Banish the crows. Done both in a sec. Do a sap, hopefully. Yeah. Do a gouge at least. Getting cloned off this. Druid's running for a clone on him. I stepped him to get there for clone. He precogs it. Or I precog it, I mean. I was talking about the druid faking me, but I was retarded to talk while playing. Getting a druid for a fear, hopefully. Get the fear, nice. Get binding so I don't get a sap. I think I still just send duel. Druid skinned air. Have the most damage if I get out of this. I'm just going druid again. Or I can just get peeled. Guy that waste skin on CD on like CC chains. So alright, we got another shuffle. Alright, we got another shuffle. This is a good lobby. I mean, the rep is kind of annoying, but guy really thinks he can gank me, man. Not much BCO. How's it going for you, man? I meld bugs. He just tanks my killing spree if he gets land enhanced. Get trinket sank. Turn up the I-beam just to not let him get the haste buff. Red already saved the day with a lay on hands, now he saves the day with a bop. Burst is ending. My priest has swap. Will he use it? Both priests have swap. I think they're both like waiting on the other one to press. Now I'm gonna die. They swap me, good. Early the god mode ret class can die now. Nice. I mean, not god mode overall overpowered, but like the prop pally, basically support class. I just hate rets, even if they're not broken. There's just something about fighting double paladin and going through like 2 lay on hands and like 5 bops that just drives me insane in a shuffle. Even though there's only 1 pally in this lobby at least, not 2 to 3. Like the double pally, ret warrior lobbies are just soul crushing. Too much PTSD. It gets me, but okay with that rep. There's another rep. Takes both fades. Overlap here, but the fades per minute. I'm regretting having the WAS week or I had grip and bomb for that, but might still kill anyway. Nice. I'm trying to be, but yeah. I probably got like another month in me. I'll probably cash out, or not cash out, but go part-time after Plunderstorm probably. I can't really afford to keep going. Kind of been on life support for a while, paycheck to paycheck, but my credit card debt and stuff, and I've not even like have school stuff even kick in yet, but when that does, I'm just, yeah, not responsible streaming right now. Inflation and everything just keeps going up and up, and I'm going down in income. No growth. And that's without ads falling off in January. But my ads already fell off because viewership is way harder now, not playing vanilla. Not even something I could like guilt bait or anything about too, because I would have to like triple where I'm at right now on almost everything. I would need to be like consistently 500 to 700 subs, 200 to 300 viewers for it to kind of, you know, and just see the follower number actually going up. Why not play hardcore? It's just, I'll have less viewers on hardcore too. It's just, that's not what type of streamer I am. I'm not just a pure, you know, RP React Andy. Not my skill set of what I know how to do. I don't know how to be fake. I mean, staying true would just be me being homeless, right? I can't really do that, so. Like, I'll still stream sometimes part-time. And then maybe I'll go back to full-time or something if MOP is good to me, but... Yeah, I got, like, another month. Like, it's... Yeah. Even if I get enough expenses for my taxes, I'm still just so ridiculously stressed. It's insane. There's just, you know... I wish there was more, you know, security in Arena, and queue variety, and shorter queue times, and... overall fun and everyone being happy and shit. I want that new car smell back, you know. But I love Arena. It's unique. Nothing else scratches that itch for me. Yeah, just guys trinket. Oh. That's really awkward. Can you no sank? Give this guy haste. Bomb. I'm just saying I'm one of the only people still playing retail is basically the title. The last of the Mohicans, you know? Gotta put something more in my title than just the normal titles because they're not working. I think we're just dead still on our go. Ah, it sucks. We killed Rat really soon. He had no bubble everything. I was just about to stun him in the healer. Or the fear. I'll just be sub got buffed. That'd be funny. That's next week when I play Maghar Orc for no reason. Floppy D it is. Double trinket? Or no, it was trinket sank. No, priest did trinket too. I'm blind. Meld bugs again. I'm gonna stun to get. Actually, he doesn't have sank. Blind, but they're gonna break it. He trinkets, nice. Get bash cloned. Grapple kick clone in a sec. God, this DH is just giving this priest precog literally on CD. Not a great bomb. I have the most blade flurry here though. I don't think it's a gender thing. I just think in general gameplay streams don't really exist that much anymore. You just gotta be loud. Why people like Call of Duty and shit. Why people will watch Peekaboo do anything. Like Peekaboo could make watching woodcutting to 99 on RuneScape just as satisfying as playing vanilla WoW. The same level of paint drying. I'm to maybe get a sap. Really should have had Blade Flare for all that. I lost so much damage there. Have a meld off this. Might be able to kill it. Hell yeah. I mean, a lot of streams, I think the community makes the streamer, like Grayson, for example. He does a good job, but like, if his community wasn't bullying him and he wasn't like good at playing along with the bullying, you know, that's the demographic. Like a lot of times you it's kind of like needing money to make money. Unless you just go out of your way to do the normal react shit. Then you just always have something to react to. Why do you always AR the gates open? Just situational for me, but you can. Sometimes I feel like I'm gonna get peeled. Depends how I'm gonna do the call points. But yeah, most people just AR every time. So a lot of it is just that you get sliced now for free on BTE. So you don't really need to adrenaline rush slice anymore. And I like to go with cheap shots, so I don't always necessarily need to adrenaline rush kidney if I'm gonna be like cheap shotting multiple people. Or even then I could just decide to adrenaline rush BT. The main thing is just like getting the double roll going. That's the main reason you AR roll right away. Unless you want your first roll to not be a double roll and then like double roll over it. If you're playing count the or not count the odds, keep it rolling. But I lately just go back to playing T. Because it just has less counterplay. I feel like people panic, peel, keep it rolling too much because they just see all the buffs and they think you're getting lucky. And also it's just worse into like rogue mirrors and like demo locks and a bunch of stuff, I think. Because if you don't like get 3 adrenaline rushes off in a row, you get really energy starved. Put a cloak trap. Rooted in the flares. Can't do much. Blind. Take a Viscret. Sapping. Sapping trinket. One more sap. Put a kick, JK. Tried to evade that, but ping. CD's up. Got Ross without my blades. It's good. Might still just be dead here though. Defensive dual healer in one, but I'm in touch death range almost. Oh, we're fine. Look at this, crit, you can die. Got turtle again. No step or anything, so I'm probably dead. Kind of letting my healer too much. He gets trapped. I'm in pod range, yeah. Hard because he's in work. I mean, Waz is probably just the best rogue, right? I don't know, I think Subterfuge is just so much more quality of life than T. I would rather be energy starved sometimes, which I don't really feel energy starved with this build, than be dance charge starved or like restun starved. Ideally, you'd be able to have both, but supercharge is worth too much. And that's how it used to be. It used to have both. And the CDR. Quality of life is just so much lower than it used to be. Gouges me in duel because the game's laggy. God, these guys are so hard to chase with this ping. I'm okay with him just disarming me for no reason. I'm not doing a go yet. This is his adrenaline rush. He wants to trade with me. Try to sap rogue out of that, but he stays combat for no reason. Gets the nullies now, nothing I can really do about it. Could have maybe sapped me there. Killing without CC is kind of a waste of blades. I was just hoping maybe they'd be bad and waste trinket. But they definitely have a lot of games of dampening under their belt. They know to just wait for 80% damp or they just win if they pick better specs. Well, Disc is better than Dragon, but... Vanish is Vanish. Blind is AR. It's gonna break the Nicey trinkets, even though it was gonna break the singular focus bug. Bomb this to maybe still get a sap. Stays combat with nothing. Flies him out of the bomb. Sap does really good into Dragon generally, though. I just have had bad uptime on this guy. The Rogue did a good job peeling, too. Like, as of right now, we're behind. The Rogue's done ahead on most of the class envy. I danced into that because lag. Defensively blinds me for no reason. They get Nully up. I have no way to get it off. I think we're dead soon. Unless I just kill Rogue and duel in like 4. I think I actually kill him here. He's pissed. He's winning the whole game. And he loses. Karma though for fucking sweating that hard. I'm just trying to do viewer twos to help my boy get 2-1. God damn. That was a final boss. I'm the sub rogue and he's the one running away the whole game like a bitch. That's my job. I'm the one fucking having to hold W to keep the game going. But he played that really well. Dude's just is an obnoxious skillless bracket. Where he could be winning the whole game like that and then get robbed. I got you your 2-1 though, so I got you. Thank you again for the gifties. Let's go, Unrestrained. I mean, EU Blitz is like, what, 35, and then NA Blitz is like 3k? Yeah, I'm like top 40 at like 2.6 with like 3k MMR. But there's like only a couple hours of the day or whatever where you can get high queues where you don't just lose 200 MMR for one coin flip game. You solo queue. Yeah, Blitz is just, the numbers are really weird. Good luck. mean, you could also like re-fast travel to the same spot and grind, and then maybe get more support gems. Make sure you have a spirit gem in too. At that point. But yeah, you could try to like farm some cold resist gear or something. That would help. Yeah, good luck, Christine. If you actually are struggling. I just didn't have most of my support gems in and I had them in on the wrong things and my build was pretty bad. And then I just revamped my build kind of more towards grenades and then I beat it in my first try. Feeling good, Envy. Nice, no paladins. Could be a mage loses to hunter lobby, but maybe this guy's a legend. But yeah, this is a good lobby for me, I think. I mean, it's probably I just go part-time in the next month and a half. Probably. I just can't afford to stream full-time right now. Unless the game like doubles again and I go back to being like consistently 200 viewer Andy. Then, you know, 500, 700 subs most of the time. Yeah, I mean, way less. I'll go from pretty much streaming 6 days a week to maybe once or twice a week, or at best like 3 or 4 times a week, but like 2-hour streams, maybe 3-hour streams. Because I will just be too fried after work to have it be 2 full-time jobs. It's just the viewership's just not there. I'm not seeing any growth at all. Oh, I shouldn't have moved forward on the binding. I love being CC'd more than healers. That was like 5 different micros in a row. He has to block. I'll gouge Shattering if he's even playing it. I don't think he is. I think we're dead here though. Just dying through life, Cocoon. Yeah. That sucks. I guess I can't really babysit Triple Sap because they don't win the 2v2, even though it's healer DPS. And do a warrior with no self-healing. Song name, it's Poem by Taproot. Probably just some entry-level IT thing. And be a Sag for a couple months to half a year. Eventually a game will come out that I like, or, you know. Something. Got revival. He died in the DR cheat before he could blink back on the altar. Like 40-0 in altar. Didn't cancel it. Feels bad, man. The mage isn't playing that bad, though. There's a potential that he, like, still wins one round and then someone gets fucked and goes 3-3. But he can maybe win the mage hunter game. Because the hunter is on his team and not killing him the whole game. I think we need to smork the healer. It ruptures on everything, but
Hey Nahj, how are you doing?
bomb it so I don't get bollied. I'm hanging in there for another, you know. Wish the game had a little more variety and shorter queues, because I do love the game. Or I wish I could just gaslight myself into enjoying vanilla WoW, but it's just not for me. Sucks being the odd man out, but definitely feel punished and alienated for being less social. And actually wanting to play a video game and not just RPing. And I just thought, yep. I called it. The mage could win a hunter game. I wish the warrior hit proper targets with me, though. I think it's still possible for RMP to win a round 2. It's not the worst lobby for the mage. We just have to play a lot better at RCC. And I need to just get a really good cheese on someone. I'm not going to open with sap, so I'd rather just get my rotation going. Got Ross. Tried to have Age Disarm. He didn't even have it, but... Blind off that. Big pump on the warrior. Duel if the guy trinkets. Just dueling now in case he trinkets. Not sure if he did or not, but... He cocooned the wrong guy, so I think he did. Look the binding, I guess. Big of this crit. I'm disarmed. Keep my ruptures going. I have kidney for healer and 3. I could just die here though. The life cocoon, good. I almost broke my whole life cocoon. Nice. Man's just making it work, not going 06 to 100. Admirable. Warrior is so tilted. But he could have just had better target selection, but I'm immune that. Now I can go back mage. That's an okay fear. Might sap it if I'm lucky. Nah, he just dots anyway. He's soloing the healer. Appreciate it. Everything's on DR for a hot minute. I want a blind healer, but it'll break my passive, so I have to wait. I got my stack switched, I can blind now. Into a gouge. Into a kidney. Into duelist trinket. Into a DR cheap shot. Okay, I get incapped on it. They're all at 100% HP. Makes sense. Huge altar. Dead really soon. Might be able to kill mage this global though. Oh, hell yeah. Got the warrior on the board. Actually, that's his second win. Maybe still scrap 4 because this is a hunter round, so it's a free win. This is the center of the bingo board right here. That warrior round was rough though. Yeah, I mean, I wish Arena was just taken better care of, yeah. As much as people do complain, you're pretty much spot on. That is, you know, a unique thing that we can't fulfill anywhere else, otherwise we would have left 10 years ago. Should've just stayed DFA. I don't know why I fainted there, it's kind of a waste of energy. I want a blind, but it'll break. I can't into that precog. Look at the cheap shot though. Guy just never traps or what? PR scatters for no reason. You live a nice little enrager gen while stunned. Okay, we still kind of get back on the board. Kind of getting late on Europe. Maybe I go on the hunter too. Or some viewer twos. I kind of stopped playing. Keep it rolling. I feel like it just has more counterplay. And you just get peeled a lot more. Like, it's way more volatile, and you feel worse if you get CC on Adrenaline Rush than just playing T. I mean, everyone's just vanilla Andy. This mount looks hilarious when I turn. I never noticed that. I mean, I'm probably just gonna have to quit streaming full time. I can't afford it. And like the next month and a half. The title is more just that I'm one of the only people on retail. I'm just doing less of the same title every day. But yeah. Pretty much everyone is on vanilla, but I mean, viewership is just so down, I just can't really afford to go. Can't really go from 200 to 300 viewers, 500 to 800 subs to 100 viewers, 2 to 300 subs. You know, like I was already making like less than minimum wage, and cost of living just keeps going up, and I have like taxes to worry about that I have nothing in savings, no health insurance. Like it's already like just irresponsible. Like trying to stream full time. Yeah, it's finally all catched up to me, and that's without even student loans kicking in. So it's just. Unless the game starts having insta-queues and people want to play every day and like there's a bunch more shit happening, you know, like it's yeah. I love streaming, it's fun, but I can't really pivot to other games. There's not enough interest for me in PoE. And I just don't like vanilla WoW at all. I don't know how to be fake. Kind of not really that many other options, right? It's just keep doing what I'm doing and go homeless or, you know, re-enter society for half a year and then pray to God that MOP finally works, even though I doubt they'll do any changes to MOP and it'll die in one season as well. Because they won't do multiple MOP tournaments. They probably won't add new cosmetics that go to your retail account. They're not going to merge all the versions to Classic into one version of Classic. So it's less, you know, diluted. They're not going to add solo queue. Like, if they had made Kata, like, better and improved on it, and Kata was just insta-queuing and people were actually, like, managing to PvP, it'd be great. I mean, that's all vanilla is just role-playing and reacting to things. I guess makes it way easier to make YouTube content. Yeah, it's exhausting, for sure. You gotta have like some mental stimulation to get through your day instead of just literally watching paint dry. But I guess the more time for social aspect kind of carries it, because then you're just socializing as a job, basically, but... Which, that's still kind of what streaming is. What I like about it. I like the teaching aspect of it. But yeah. Let me open the third WoW again. We'll probably get off EU in like another lobby or two. Because it's kind of late on Europe, right? I mean, it's not midnight yet. Yeah, I just wish there was something that like, drove some kind of competition to like the arena battler space that wasn't just like a fan-made game with no population. Like if the Riot MMO ever happened years ago and was good or something. That's the timeline I want to be on, but... Or if just WoW actually took care of Arena 15 years ago and just bought out the private server Andes to just make an actual standalone Arena game. Or if Overwatch was actually good and was just like a Quake style team deathmatch only, no objectives, like all tracer but with different weapons, like fast paced kind of game. Like that would have been sick. Or normally I don't like FPS games. I might like Apex, but I've never tried it. But I like watch people play it. And maybe I should just download Marbles or whatever and try it. I don't know. I've just been seeing a lot of people say they burnt out in like 3 days, and then I see some people that say they really like it, like Hansel and stuff. But I'm not really an FPS guy. I liked League, I liked WoW, I liked Smash. You know, I like games where like the movement is fluid. That's what I liked about WoW. Was like the movement and the targeting and all that. Yeah, that's why Apex looks fun. It's just like the movement and everything. I don't really care that much for objective gameplay. And then Battle Royales is just like noob stomping. Like that'll be my problem with Plunder again when it's out too. It's just like, even if I win every lobby, it's like you're just dunking on like 12 hundos, you know? Occasionally you'll get higher fake MMR and you might get one or two other streamers in your lobby. And if you both didn't get screwed by bad luck, you might get like a cool 1v1 at like the very end of the game. But like, yeah. And even then it's like who snowballed harder and got like full build or something. But like Counter-Strike is just too much camping. Same with Valorant. I just don't really like strategy shooters that much. I didn't mind FPS games as a kid when there was like kind of more of a niche within the game that made some kind of flavor. Like I didn't mind wall dancing in Gears of War for like the shotgun fights and like animation canceling and doing all that. Guns the Duel was cool, you know, Quake obviously always, you know, great. Like if Doom Eternal had a good multiplayer, I think that would have been sick. It was just like Halo style, actually real multiplayer. But yeah. Like it takes a lot of like weird movement and stuff in animation canceling and stuff for me to like an FPS game. But like nothing scratches the itch for me that Arena does. As much as people complain about Arena and stuff, I wish something else could. Because WoW does not deserve my life. For how much I've given it. Like over 30,000 hours over like 15 years to just kind of be a fifth class citizen at this point. Like they pretty much borderline just like hate crime the PvPers. With like how little resource. I mean, at one hand, I'm still surprised they're even doing AWC. But they do some resources into it. Like I'm surprised they didn't cancel that forever ago. And even just stop doing PvP seasons. But maybe that'll happen in a couple expansions or something. Imagine paying $45 a month and buying the actual expansion 3 times. And sitting in 3 different MMR ranges from literally 0 placements to mid-range Europe to still mid-range NA and still not being able to get a pop in 2 different countries within 40 minutes. Because they just can't fix the healer problem and the MMR problems for 3 years straight. Like if it was like a best of 1 melee range healer with high solo queue match quality that you wait 6 minutes for, I could see it. Even if in certain situations you might even play less games per hour waiting 6 minutes for a game. That's like the only way they like save solo queue. Like shuffle is just the worst way to do solo queue of any game I've ever seen. Like it's such a novelty concept that just goes against what actual ranking is supposed to be. And it just makes the system so much more RNG than it needs to be. Because you're rolling the dice 6 times at a time instead of once at a time. And you're like, oh, I got this griefer for 6 games. Or, oh, this guy gets hard countered for 6 games instead of 1 game and then gives up. And then you have all the people win trading and, you know, lose trading and alts and leapfrogging their alts above their main and, you know. You just take so much integrity out of the bracket. I think a lot of it is just doing a 0.5 patch and a 0.7 patch that are both nothing burgers. Because then it just makes it feel like, what are you waiting for? Especially when, like, I thought the whole point of the World Soul Saga was they were, like, going to be pumping the expansions out faster, working ahead. Like, this seems slower than their COVID pace. Like, even Cataclysm was supposed to be 1 year. And Season 1 was, like, almost, you know, 80% of a year. Seems like there's just no one at the wheel or something, I don't know. But it's also just, I think, the unrest scales exponentially with... Or, like, the amount of time felt feels worse and worse with the level of neglect. Like, a lot of people were like, when's the season ending? When's the season ending? On, like, week 10. And it's like, bro, the season just started. You got another, like, 3 months of complaining to go. Usually the infinite conquest isn't even like the halfway mark almost. Like it's just weird that, let's see, War Within release date, right? August 26th. Just think about how long that is from August till December. Even then, just thinking of end of August. Well, let's just round it up to September because it's only a couple days of August, right? This expansion has only been out for 3 months, and it feels like it's been out for a year and a half. Like that's a problem because it's just too similar to Dragonflight, and I think hero talents in general are pretty missed opportunity because they're just passives. And obviously from a PvE, they might not mind it. Outside of the Mythic Plusers, the Mythic Plusers are also going absolutely crazy. But I mean, it's just kind of crazy to think about. I mean, that we're basically on month 4 of a 6-month season. And it feels like it's been a year and a half. Like, I don't think they can afford to do multiple breakaway point patches, even though it's like there to tide people over. Like, if anything, it kind of rubs people the wrong way, because then they come back and they get debated and they're like, oh, new content. Oh, never mind, there's not content. And then maybe they time it wrong and they come back on a not content instead of coming back on a content, and then they miss coming back on a content. And it kind of throws people's rhythm off instead of having like one checkpoint filler patch. I mean, they keep adding new systems for PvE. It's just they immediately blanket 70% nerf them in PvP, which is good. Because they shouldn't be, you know, in PvP. Because they're never balanced, but... It's just weird to have one season feel like 3 seasons. Because it's one patch is 3 patches of one raid tier. Like that, it just doesn't feel right pacing-wise. Even if it is technically more content, but I guess the PvEers might not mind it, but... Because it just definitely adds to the monotony of it. I think it's dead because it's neglected. They needed to revamp. They needed to add solo queue 10 years ago, for starters. But they needed to revamp solo queue to being like an actual proper experience with higher match quality. Which means best of one melee range healer. There needs to be more types of solo queue. There needs to be a double DPS 2s bracket, like in between you're waiting for a healer for a 3s queue. Like it's just a second bracket with barely any rewards. There needs to be like a free-to-play PvP server where you can't do PvE content and you're stuck on a PvP island where you can just make a max level. Gearing needs to be even more simple. I think crafting is too confusing for most people still. It's better this way at least that you can craft with conquest points, but almost every stat combination of gear should be on a vendor. No ifs, ands, or buts. I should be able to buy a conquest versus mastery dagger. I think that's simpler for people. And I think there should be like an actual world PvP island. And I'm not talking about, oh, I want a world PvP on a PvE island like Timeless Isle. No, I mean a full-on PvP server, battle royale, random spawn location, ungrouped. Just free, you know, Subway Surfer. Turn your brain off, relax. In between your double DPS queue, in between your 3v3 queue. There should be almost no downtime in the game. Not like 80% downtime. And then obviously they should be doing balance changes almost bi-weekly. Or at least once a month. And it should never be oh, you're nerfed by 70%. Oh, you're buffed by 30%. It should be incremental 5 and 10% until something's good or bad. And they need to be okay with doing class design changes mid-expansion. Not just, oh, wait 2 years if you don't like your design. And tier sets need to be completely taken out, and they could be PvP set bonuses or something like that too, but instead. I'm not gonna get the sap. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I just want to play the game, man. At least I didn't adrenaline rush until after I ate all the CC. Yeah, CC in general needs a whole overhaul. Almost no AoE in the game should break CC. CCs need to go back to 8. Every healer needs 2 to 3 dispels. Every healer needs 30-second go CCs to feel like a Holy Priest to contribute instead of damage. Every healer needs twice the amount of ways to outplay CC on shorter CDs, like short CD burrow that lasts shorter. You know, like maybe even instacast Searing Glare or something. Just like more interactions of people actually doing things and playing the game. More CCs for the healers to be a part of instead of doing damage. More ways to avoid the CC to outplay stuff. And then CC needs to actually work and not break. And then they could also maybe even kill triple DR. Instead of like nerfing CC durations. But so much needs to change to make it like less frustrating for people. And I think also just forcing the game to be melee range healer with range as more of a role, with Hunter being range. Also goes a long way with making more comps have more CC and not just be for melee, just zug-zugging, not knowing anything. And if melee get longer queues because it's a more dumbed down role, so be it. My guy just dies without turtling. And my priest dies without paint sub, doming, or swapping. We didn't use a single defensive on our entire team. Nice. Maybe he walled or Rost, but... I have a blind, everything's on DR though. Blinding healer might have been a kill, but I also was just terrified the warlock was gonna die that global. I knew it was like the only way to stop him getting kill shot. And I was just hoping we'd kill the warrior there before I got CC'd forever. But he also lived low HP. Kind of just gambling if I wanted to do a defensive blind or aggro there. But I didn't think we'd win the race. Gotta get his precog. I was gonna maybe sap and then sap trinket. But he had Shadow Fiend out. That's the fear. Just precog before I could stun that. Let's ulti off because of the precog. We're probably dead here. Emerald doesn't do much. Scattered into an MC. That sucks. Line breaks to nothing. Tried to cloak fear, but got it. Oh, that's with my kick. And we just die. Yeah. Well, that was worth the queue time. Yeah, Rogue is not a damage class. Unless you get pure AoE on a squishy with 100% uptime. But most people will just CC you more than they CC healers. I don't think that would have been a 6-0. It's just people kind of just win traded their CDs, I feel like. It was a really sketchy lobby. The priest kind of did not press any buttons with the hunter round. And a few other rounds were really weird like that. Do some 2s on my hunter, I guess. Alright, now we'll do 2s on Rogue. Just log off the Outlaw shuffle. Just go on Alarm and do viewer 2s. Not in an Outlaw mood right now. I just want to play some sub. Maybe sub will be fun next week with Maghar. I don't think it'll be better though. I think Night Elf and Subterfuge is just way better. Close Europe too, I think. Change the title. also just kind of hard when it's just so liquory to kind of even judge what people do want. I know a lot of times viewer twos and shuffle is like kind of the only way to play the game. Even if I had magical teammates that I want to play with fall out of the sky, we would just, even at low rating, hit like a 7-minute queue right now. So I don't even know what I would play that's not arena. Nice Morph. This is my actual Mog. I don't know what I would want to play though. Like if it wasn't WoW, like if I ramped it up. But I don't have time to start my whole channel over. I'm too paycheck to paycheck. But didn't seem like people were interested in me playing PoE, even though I was enjoying it. I don't know. Don't want to go full metaphors just doing a League of Legends push. That's just as bad on my mental health. I just wish there was some other game that I liked. What's Throne and Liberty? I don't even know. Is that the RTS that like the other Blizzard company was making? No, it's not. We got a trinket there. Careful about auto T. I'm just kind of waiting on modifiers, but he has Incarn in 20. I'll have trinket for it, but still scary. Have to be careful to not auto waste the T. Ready for the double leg sweep. Finished his Incarn stun. Pick the healer on his trinket. Meld for another pre-med. That guy's in bear like half the game. Still does the same damage. Like really low for my max of this too for playing T and flag. Because I normally hit higher than that with no flag, no T. Even without going full 95 mastery. But he was just in bear skin the whole game, so to hit that high into Baron skin is pretty big, but just wish he would have like one moment where he doesn't have every defensive so I could get a high number. Or mage build? Just like the normal subterfuge build. That sucks because he bops my stacks. I auto-teed on accident because I fainted. Without passively wasting my burst cooldown. Because of a terrible PV change that no one asked for. Like, they could have just made it toggleable, they could have made it to where, like, there was a choice node, or they could even just make it to where it shares a cooldown with itself, like how they dumbed down dance. And then people would just macro it into everything. Pre-bobs my flag again, but at least didn't remove the debuff. I had kick for that on best bad. Might sap Pally out of nothing because he's just AFK. Oh. There's the in card. Auto T again. Unlucky. A bit more paying attention, I guess. But I'm just trying to play defensive on the end card. That Pally out of nothing because he just fake casting rep the whole game because he doesn't actually need to heal his Feral Druid. Guy bubbles air. I could kick that, but I don't want to line my healer. We have damage in 20, but I can die really soon. Step my healer to kick the rep. Probably actually fake something on accident for once. Stop the rep another way. He's triple DR Coldiran punching me. Tap his trinket because he doesn't press a global with it. Pistol. Hopefully he dispels my Nahj. Oh, I don't get the cheap shot now because it ended. Can kidney in one though. That was a really bad kick on my end. I can cloak here soon. Cloak the frenzy. Crack the drink. Might be dead here. I can kill in like 20. That's a while though. Win in 10. Who needs CC? Zug zug. I just look at the target frame. I use the classic calm points, basically. I'm flex that you got that. Chase combat for no reason, so I don't get a fucking sap. No shot of fiend out to be seen. Done blind sap, didn't feel like it. Got CDs for the next go. Use trinket though. And renewal back. Just stay wasted ulti pen. Got life swap. Step kick penance in a sec. Hopefully I don't just die here. I might though. I just get cloned. Gonna lose my crit buff, but it is what it is. AFK waiting 15 on blades anyway now, I guess. They got peeled here before they go. Might stat priest out of nothing because he's been AFK for a while. He gets back in combat. No, I'm enjoying PoE 2 a lot. I just don't have the viewership for it. Like maybe if I play WoW for half the day and then log on PoE for an hour or two, like to wind down, but I'll play PoE off stream. But I won't have that much off time to play stuff off stream. Especially if I go part-time again soon. Because there's no retail hype either. And I don't have the personality for vanilla WoW. I'm not fake enough. So. Like, I don't want to be sad, you know? I want to have fun and be excited and do stuff, and I don't know how to gaslight myself into enjoying watching paint dry. Step trinket. I would honestly rather work an IT job than play vanilla WoW. I've already done vanilla WoW 3 times already. So it, you know, it has not aged well even the first time. I just love Arena. There's nothing else like it that can replace it for me. But yeah, it's just pretty dead because there's 5 different versions of WoW and it's 2 deleted. There needs to only be 1 version of Classic. And it needs to be a Classic Plus with solo queue, Arena PvP, and BG stuff, and World PvP stuff, and Hardcore. And, you know, just a whole bunch of different types of content in 1 version of Classic. Not some, you know, MOP Classic versus TBC Classic versus Vanilla Classic versus, you know, too much. Because they don't even time the release as well anyway. They, like, conflict with one another anyway. don't think they would, but because it wouldn't be as social of a game. Thing is, if they weren't merged, it would just be worse for both sections. Because then they wouldn't be, either of them would be like not in like the top 4 or top 5 or wherever it's at. Makes it harder for people to find the game in general. Like that would actually might kill retail even more. If all the viewers are classic and then you can't even find retail WoW in the directory without typing for it. No one's gonna like come and like accidentally learn about WoW and want to try WoW. Like Arena just doesn't have any discoverability. Because it's too hard to get into with like people setting up their UIs and, you know, PV gear and yeah, leveling, and it just needs a free to play Arena server with way more content and almost zero downtime. No estimated time on this 2v2 queue. And I guess our Memoir went up. Disc is really fun, yeah. One of the better healers. I think the highest quality of life easy mode healer is probably HPAL, but you just have so many CDs. You only have a bad time healing if you play Holy Priest, Resto Shaman, or Resto Druid. Monk's good. Dragon's okay. Disc is good. H-Pow's good. It's a pretty big difference. Flag is really clunky, and it's like really telegraphed when you're going to play the game. And it forces you to use your blades in shitty situations sometimes. And then Deeper Daggers are just free real estate. I want to play clean. I'm going to have way less stars aligned damage, but I don't want to do clunky goes where I tell them in advance I want to do a go. Guy just triggered a gouge. He's tilted. Bet it still takes me like 10 minutes to kill him because his class is better, but... Well, spec. I could play Outlaw. I've been playing some PoE too, just off stream. But the viewership wasn't really there for it. But I'm excited for it. That's unfortunate. Rest in peace, my 90 seconds of waiting to do damage. I break the life cocoon in like 2 globals though. Oh, I'd get a sap there because revival doesn't actually give combat. He was lining him on the kidney. Apparently not though. The incarn, I think we're just dead. Hey, buff and I have evage, we're fine. I die in Vanish, because my Vanish breaks to nothing. Before the 1.5 second window. And then I get Touch of Death. Or I could off cheap shot the monk. Well, that was the first game where they actually won. Because they actually just came to bear more. At least that'll maybe make the queue quicker, so hopefully. Where's the for him that we trade? Did I just get to repeal his adrenaline rush a second time? Unless he finds me. He wanted to just go me with that, but I think we just blind him to be annoying. Then we gouge him. Then we disarm him. Could cloak that, but I don't think it's worth it. Banish the ulti pen. Got a free paints up. Got swap. Arm AR. Poisons expire. Feels bad one. Weapon enchant breaks gouge. Step kick and do a stun blind sap. Actually, I can't because he has random pets out, but I'll still kick him. Do a blind, I guess. See if he trinkets. Farm him back before I get stunned off this. Might be dead here. Pally has a lot of CDs for me, but try to gouge that, but and that's why you just class envy adrenaline rush the whole game. Actually ahead on damage of an outlaw, even though he should be like 40 million ahead of me. If he just class envied my blades the same way. All he has to do is trinket OP cloak the flag, and I don't really have a win con. And then like healer CD the other go. And like only trade if it's blades, and not trade like a random off sheep shot go. Like, he doesn't need haste buff or anything, he could just play disarm and cloak. And then late game maybe he could like cloak a disarm or something to close out the game, but if he's really ahead. It's a really easy matchup for Outlaw. For flag, if you're playing it. But I guess I wasn't playing flag that game, actually. I just know that's how I got farmed by Outlaw Rogue previous. That's why one of the reasons why I even dropped flag is I was getting annoyed at people just OP cloaking it. But I guess without flag, that's true, actually. I guess I just open first, let them kill me. Okay, precogs, I'm bad. Letting this sit as long as I can with the shield. I'm waiting on DRs. Evage the stun. Back to wallet so he can't get behind my evage. Got revival. Paint that. Getting cloned, but got a trinket. Paint that too. He's still ahead of me on damage. I'll cloak if he frenzies here. Probably get life cocoon. TV2 though, so the dampening isn't gonna let it do much. Can't secret tech because of the blind, but however that bop and OP cloak feels bad. This guy's kind of bad because he's just sitting in bear. Somehow we're winning hard on mana though. I'm not gonna unuse this because I want it to line up with blades and dance. I'll evade when he comes in for the leg sweep. Actually, he just stun clones me. There goes him. Okay, I'll just evade because they landed CC. The reclone. Actually switching it to go my pally. That's smart. I think I still kill this guy with blades really soon. He has trinket though. And renewal probably. That monk got a nothing. JK. That roots forever. Got trinket and skin. Think I'm dead soon. Nice lay on hands. Getting clones. I haven't played it in a couple weeks because I was getting this weird bug where I just couldn't stealth in shuffles, and it's happened to a bunch of other people, including Explicit on his feral, and I haven't really touched it in a couple weeks because like AWC was over. I do enjoy it, but I've been playing a little bit of Survival Hunter and a little bit of Windwalker. I enjoyed my feral on Kata. Kata feral is really fun too, but. Yeah, that bug made me quit playing the class. Because it was happening to me like almost every lobby. For a month and a half. And I was like, okay, they're just never going to fix this. And they still haven't fixed it. I think it might be something macro related though. Or if you just have like a stealth stun macro or something maybe. The Incarn stun bugs it out for the rest of the entire lobby. Because yeah, you can't even drag a new one to your bar. It doesn't matter if you stop using bartender. It doesn't matter if you try to type the spell / cast use rake. It won't. You just can't. Or the stealth / cast prowl. It just won't work. It's just grayed out like you don't even know the ability. Even if you drag it from your spell book. And that just kept happening to me. And then I was just like, eh, fuck it. It lost a lot of its fun from that. And I get bored of ults really easily. I mean, all the hero talents are bugged. Like, right, there's like the Deathstalker CC breaks. There's like the Trickster CC breaks. There's the positive one for Deathstalker where like you get symbolic victory from Shiv because that's how you're supposed to apply it as Asa. Oh, he's not max level. I'm not gonna gank him. I got manners. Yeah, I don't enjoy Asa. Too PV for me. I don't really like tab dotting and not being able to gouge and stuff. That's one of the gripes I have with Outlaw too, is like can't do perfect gouges because of the aspect of the depths, like dot enchant on the weapon. That's what was happening to the Outlaw rogue we fought in twos a couple games ago. He's like gouging me defensively, but it just broke to his weapon enchant dot. Thought I'd be able to sap that. Because he was like lining before the blind, but not the case. Got bubble, nice. We have dance blades, everything next go. Get a re before I get rep. Get a half sap. I don't even know if that's worth it. Probably not. Delays the DRs. Probably better I wait 10 for duel. Maybe I just go anyway. I think I just go. Of course, I get disarmed frame 1 of my dance. Bops me, nice. Please dispel. Oh, feels bad. I should have just waited the 20 on duel. Just shoving duel now because I'm going to be AFK waiting on it. I don't want to go like 4 minutes without dueling. It'll be up by the time I can play the game again. Not really though, because Blades is a shorter TD than duel already, but... Gonna wait for like 60+% damp. Oh, we break the blind. Might sap Pally because he's going for a drink. Okay. Decent fake cast there. Dodge the Searing Glare anyway though. Movement. Thought he would try to Stormbolt me here, but it's not. Help that. Might be dead here. Oh, I get the Storm before I can get the half blind. Or the half sap. My blind breaks to an old Consecrate, I guess. Duel this guy in a sec. That's unfortunate. I should have waited till after the Blade Storm. Make it cleaner. He would have died. But half my dance, I'm Storm bolted now. He might still die. Nope, lay on hands. Could have just waited for a stun and then duel. Instead of just dancing, padding a global of damage into Blade Storm. I was just greedy that I could do more damage and then he'd still be slow coming out of the Blade Storm. But he has his keyboard plugged in. I think I'm just dead. We're both dead. I mean, playing against HPL, anything that tries to kill in goes is miserable, because Lightsmith is just basically perma Spirit Link. And then, there's just no winning the cooldown trades when you have to go through personals and multiple bops and lay on hands and bubble. And then another set of personals and then like another 90-second trinket. You basically, yeah, like especially in shuffle, you have to go through like 7 minutes worth of cooldown in a 2-minute game. And it's like they have to like quadruple overlap for you to have an opening, but they don't always have something. I like Sub and Outlaw. Asta is one of my least favorite specs in the game. I only play Asta if it's like the only viable rogue spec or something, but it's just, I don't enjoy it. It's too PV for me. Yeah, I can't believe they gave them spam poly and lay on hands not getting affected by dampening or mortal strike. And just like being more quality of life on forbearance for bubble when they were already the best healer at that point. I mean, monks and stuff also kind of caught up even regardless though. But it is really obnoxious to fight like Feral Mage Pally and Feral Mage Shadow Priest and stuff like that. Like it's just such a boring healer because it doesn't like actually play that aggro. Like at least with like discs and dragons and monks, they're doing things. And can die. I think disc should be a little more killable too, even though healers are non-extinct. Like I don't think focused will should be that good. Like as much as I complain about paladins walling while stunned all the time, like priests have like permanent wall for no reason passively. You can't ever make any nerfs to any healers because then, you know, the 10 healers left in the game will make the queues even longer. Got attack too, congrats, man. Did you change your build at all, or did you farm more? Or guy adrenaline rush? We're just gonna triple sap it. Guy's gotten like one global of adrenaline rush off, I feel like. Never mind, he got the subterfuge there at the end too. Getting double feared, can't avoid it. Dodged it, actually. I don't know if I like this blind, honestly. I was gonna sap rogue with that. Awkward. Reset a combat, but I can't sap it. Gets combat back. It's ulti pen off, so I guess we just line. I just blades this guy in like 5. Got trinket. Might be dead here. Pops me. Always has been with the cheap shot spam. Just now you're not allowed to have any other quality of life, and other people have just as much of a toolkit. Pretty much been a support bot since Legion. It's just you're allowed to have a little bit of borrowed power or damage sometimes. So like, oh, here's your artifact ability, or oh, here's your maledict trinket, or, you know, resonator trinket, or Spine of Drestigath / bike trinket, you know, like. Or covenant abilities. That was like the one thing Dragonflight kind of got right, was there was no borrowed power, but kind of too late when they don't really fix the rating and MMR system or develop like a functional type of solo queue. I mean, it's pretty ominous. It's gonna break to consecrate. Yep, I'm stupid for pressing it. Could have sapped that, but I was also worried I would just break it with secret tech anyway. I probably should just prior going for the sap. Just the rep. Tried to get a half sap, but you stayed combat with nothing. Being cloned off this. And blades for the next go, I guess. Might just be dead soon though. Gonna break to consecrate again. I don't know what these consecrates are for, like they're just always down. They're like some CDR talent thing I don't know about. I could like triple check. That one was kind of hard to see on the little pipe, but automatic now? That's weird. Free life cocoon air, okay. You see pre-life cocoon's air while I'm in a stun clone? I don't know what the hell they're trying to do. Waiting for blades and duel. I'm okay with getting cloned here. I'm AFK anyway. As long as my pally doesn't die here. Because he has no bubble. He has wall though. Hopefully this guy gets bored and leaves bear for no reason. He does. Dies for that. Better blizz plates. I mean, donos help a lot too. Twitch takes a cut, but I generally prefer subs sometimes just because it's more obvious of where it's coming from and where it's going to, and you know, better for viewership unless people have ads. But in the short term, I mean, if I don't have that much long in me anyway, like with the state of WoW, then probably donos are better in the short term. But yeah, either help. Like I'm just happy for any support, you know, and even any ad revenue if I could just get the viewership back up. But trying to just work way more hours this month instead of like 160 hours. I'm gonna try to do 200 hours, even though I'm kind of behind because I had 3 days off last week. I had a lot of IRL stuff going on, but that have been planned for months. But yeah, I think I just gotta force myself to eat on stream more and no like 6-hour days. Try to do a bunch of like 10-hour days, even though I'm on 6 days a week. And then we ride out another month and a half of and pray that vanilla WoW dies, or that something new comes out that people will actually watch me play, because like usually my viewership does not translate. If I go play League or I go play Path of Exile, it'll just be a ghost town. So I don't know, it needs to be something that people will hold at the same ratio that I play WoW at, which is pretty possible. It's starting my whole channel over basically. But yeah, I mean, I just can't really make it till mop with how stuff is right now. That's in the summer. Just way too long of a drought. Like, we're 4 months into the season, first season of the expansion. Thank you, Matrock, and I appreciate the dono offline as well, with the note for it. Thing is, I'm not fake enough to enjoy Classic. I just can't do it. I already did Classic the first time. I mean, it's just been done so many times. And I'm just so bored of vanilla WoW. It's not dead, the OG player, but it still has 15 years left to live. Less than that, man. You know what WoW does to their health? Mental and physical. I don't know, I only like Arena, really. It's the only thing that kept me playing WoW. I don't really want to just do leveling and raiding and stuff like that. Not fun for me. And all vanilla WoW is to me is just time invested equals skill, RuneScape woodcutting to 99. Watch paint dry. It's only good if you're like, have a really deep friend circle and you're just playing it for the social aspect and you're just role playing, or, you know. And I don't do that shit, so. I mean, I appreciate it, but I'll try to play it as long as I can, you know. If not, I'll still like part-time it. So I do enjoy streaming, and I do enjoy Arena. I'd definitely be less sad about it sometimes, I guess, if I just wasn't playing it literally 6+ hours a day, 6 days a week. But we'll figure out what we're doing. I know Sod or not Sod, Thunderstorm will be really fun next month, but we have Cerelius, thank you so much, man, as well. Like, I'm just gonna try to work crazy hours this month to like make up for the drop in viewership and everything else. And just kind of try to force myself to eat on stream and not really do any like 6-hour days, even if I'm bored or fried. We will, we're in literally a 6-minute 2's queue. Eventually we'll try to get some viewer 3s going, I guess. Yeah, I mean, Plunderstorm, there's no ranked. So it won't last long for me. Even if I'm like winning every game and you know. I was like probably the second highest renown besides Pika. Like Pika was like double everyone. He was at like 700 million or whatever, 700k. But I mean, that's the plan too, right? I just don't know if I would stream like a cozy game on the couch. I don't even have like a good capture card way to get it to my PC. With the layout of my apartment. Oh, this guy also switched to an HPL? Or no, I think he always had an HPL. For some reason I thought he had a monk before, didn't he? No, he did, okay, yeah. I mean, people will watch Pika do anything. Like, he could just play RuneScape. Pika's always had a base. I mean, that's how a lot of streams are, though, where, like, the community almost just kind of is, you know, the snowball. Because you just have stuff to react to without having to go out of your way to find things to react to. Like, when you're just getting, you know, Grayson harassed with, like, text-to-speech the whole time and shit, like, you know. Just have some kind of extra banter going along with it. That's effortless. Crazy is the text-to-speech thing is like, to have like the custom voices and all that. I pay like $40 a month for that. I mean, at least I write it off on my taxes, but... most people just hoard their channel points. Even with like free text-to-speech. Alright, we got 5 on some deer for Pally. Got pre-skins there. Get a clean Meldery. Comes out to Rupture. Get a bop. Searing Glare off the bash. Pick that. He blinded the sack, I'm bad. He bubbles it anyway, even though it was gonna break. Hell yeah. Let this guy leave bear. Hate actor. Super OP. I see skins. Too slow to evade the incarn stun. He kicks the rep. Good job. Alright, I got you after this game. It's that Pally out of nothing because he's just fake casting rep in the middle of the map all game. No evasion for the Haymaker. Might be dead really soon. Overlap kicks. I'll discount if it's on me. Tried to edge the bomb to get like one more global, but I guess the wrap. He has sack for it though. I could have maybe just step kicked that instead. With my kick. Lives on 2%. The incarn. We'll just appeal the incarn.
You have no mana!
I mean, we got a little mana. Made me look though. Alright, this guy dies here, I think. Got lethal. Hearthstone. I counted the cards right. Alright, Link the Mog, I got you. Sound doesn't match your camera up. Oh, let me see. Is it delayed? Oh yeah, it's delayed right now. I don't know what I did last time to fix that.
Oh, what a game! Gosh, man,
let me
these are
see.
some of the best games ever. Oh! Oh, what a game!
I had to switch it to virtual cam or whatever. I just froze the cam. No, that worked. Just gotta resize it now.
RMP, yeah.
We posted in the wrong channel. Oh, they just gave up. Nice. Isn't that just the new anniversary set? I don't know the rarity of stuff in there, but nice S3. Let me see. Full delay? Doesn't look like it. I think it's just the camera angle. Because the other way I was like actually having a delay in my hand even watching. Like I would tap this and then I would see myself tap it. Whereas if I'm watching the webcam right now, I'm hitting it at the same time. I just gotta adjust the size still. I don't know. So with the staff, I mean the staff and the enchant matches it for sure. Like color scheme wise, you know, I mean it's a full set. But... And you could try to mix some weird tabard in there, like the Midsummer test like tabard or something, but yeah. I don't need OP click for this. Full Zug. Might be dead for zugging too hard. The half sap. Wait, did it not go? I didn't hear it. I'll refund your points. I don't know why it bugged. But when I tested the other day, it worked. I might have to reset it up. From when I reinstalled Windows the second time. The browser thing is in OBS for it though, so I don't know why I didn't hear it. It could also maybe censored it, I'm not sure. Because of the context, but... We got broadside waking me up. I just see the number moving and moving. I don't even know how many that is. Blinding out that chat with the 25. I have to look on the other monitor to see. Gouge that as an interrupt. I've got to win this game now. Rip Foxy. Half sap there. Pick that. Kill the totem for another crit buff. Evade for Damerduck. Get leg swept through evasion. Because he did roll behind it. It's a good roll. Gonna thunderstorm me on this, but a little after the fact. Got Burrow. Kill the totem for another crit buff. Wishing I had OP Cloak more than Ev. Run a kidney here. Might need to play defensive for a second. My blades for the next scout. Try to evasion the leg sweep, gonna get it. Just to clear the flame shock. Try to angle myself against the wall so that doesn't knock me as far, but... ...60% damp, the game is going to start soon. At least these players will never ever play aggro. So when I am scared like that, they're not gonna like ever risk losing the game and actually try to win the game by trinketing aggro or anything. But I think we still just die. Because I'm thinking there is one of the only ways they can ever die or lose if they trinket aggro, but also just means it's way easier to live if we are ever pressured, because they're not gonna ever take risks. Trying to avoid damage here. Can kill this guy in duel in like literally 5. If I don't die here though. Oh, he has trinket lasso. That's unfortunate. And we just die, yeah. That sucks. He was like half a second from dying there. I kept up with an Ellie on damage, which is pretty hilarious though. He should be doing like double my dam. Probably could add way better earth grabs too. Yeah, either way, thank you so much, Broadside, with the 25. I feel bad that I lost, man. I had to win for that. Let me fix the text-to-speech. TDS.
Foxy carrying for his low viewership.
Oh, now it worked. I didn't even change anything. I guess it was just censoring yours because it was political. I didn't even have to fix it. I thought I had fixed it already, so that makes more sense. I guess some lower games, you know, the queues are a little too long for that, and the games are even longer. No waiting for 70% damp. GG's poker.
Oh, what a game! Gosh, man, these are some of the best games ever. Oh! Oh, what a game!
Man, I gotta keep the BMs from growing, right? Yeah, this is the glide mount. Just like a reskin of like the Venthyr bats from Shadowlands almost. The gargoyle things. The least hyped I've seen people be for a glide mount, yeah. It just doesn't even fit the theme of the expansion either. Like, oh, here's just like a leftover asset, basically. mean, they printed millions with the long boy, man. That's like the actual break in case of emergency little glass. Just bring out the money printer. To like justify just having such a long drought. What's crazy though is we're only 4 months into the expansion and it feels like it's been a year and a half. It's just too similar to Dragonflight. And the ear customization? I mean, the fact that that's just basically the 0.7 patch is kind of like in WoD when they just had the selfie camera patch and everyone lost their mind. I feel like there was barely anything in the 0.5 and barely anything in the 0.7. I feel like just having one filler patch is okay, but having like 2 filler patches, even if it's the same amount of time and more content, it just kind of whiplashes people into like coming back thinking there's content and there's not. At least from like a PvP perspective. I guess from PvE there's like new borrowed power, but I mean we're a little more than halfway. It'll probably end in like February. So we're like 60% done with the season. We're on like week 13 or something, right? Or wait. Week 11 was Unlimited Conquest, and that was on the 19th, right? So week 12, week 13, week 14, yeah. What's it mean? It's basically when, like, one of the key parts of like your class's strength is given to you on a per expansion basis, and you're not expected to keep it. It's like, oh, the main way I burst this guy is with this PvE trinket, or oh, the main way I burst this guy is my artifact weapon ability, or oh, the main way I burst this guy is my covenant spell, or oh, the main way I burst this guy is, you know, it's something that's not tied to my class, and it's usually also meaning that it's shared between multiple classes, where it's like, oh, we're all doing the same thing, homogenized, literally the same trinket, or oh, the same shared passive that multiple classes have, you know. And Dragonflight did an okay job at getting rid of a lot of that it was like very problematic for like 7 years straight. Like ever since the Legion, they were just addicted to it. They couldn't help themselves doing a different borrowed power system every single patch. That's like the entire design of the game. For a good, you know, 7-year stretch or so. Anyone wants a free carry, come sign up. Preferably a healer. And if one signs up. It's not even that, it's just for stun, sleep, sap. Yeah, I mean, Legion was the beginning of this like Mythic Plus design ruining PvP. That's when they ruined every single class's design and ruined the animations. Got rid of the old animations. But at least the art team was really good in Legion. Almost every elite set and PvE set and PvP enchant looked insane. And the glad mounts. They're some of the best glad mounts. Like the art team in Legion was great. But I think Legion was like the biggest drastic change of the game. I would argue that Legion onward already is WoW 2. It is very different than pre-Legion. It was the biggest expansion jump. Not just because of the animations, but just like the overall design philosophy, and then like trying to cater to the Mythic Plus people. Even though they just let the Mythic Plus people be unhappy now, just like the PvPers, but the Mythic Pluser has kind of ruined the class design of every class. See if he's gonna DB the Windwalker, and I'll just sap. I mean, Mythic Plus is really neglected now at this point, too. It's not easy to just blame it. I just know back then, that's when they started having this philosophy of every class needs to be fucking a jet engine mobile. Diablo dashing across the map every global, and every class needs to be multiple casting schools not caring if they get kicked. Because every melee has infinite uptime and multiple micro interrupts. It's when everything just got way out of hand. And when they started just Michael Bay putting AoE in almost everyone's rotation. Oh, now you burst with AoE, you know. Now you AoE while you're doing AoE, and now your filler rotational buttons also have AoE. Good luck, CC. Like the just world of everything AoE's Michael Bay explosions kind of started in Legion because of Mythic Plus. Like AoE should always be an active choice of like you're hard casting a Blizzard or a Hurricane or something like that. We added some AoE in your AoE so you can AoE while you AoE, pretty much, dude. I think BFA is the worst expansion by far, even worse than TBC. In terms of aging and PvP and design. Like TBC is great for its time, and TBC is great for PvEers. If you like vanilla WoW with like 2 more mechanics. No, they have way more mechanics still than vanilla. Like 10 more mechanics than vanilla. But PFA is just like an actual hate crime. Like they actively went out of their way to ask people feedback and then do the opposite and just like they couldn't make a worse game than BFA, like even trying. Like as like a hate letter. Like the corruptions were awful, PvE gear was BIS in arena again, there was like the weird stat scaling thing where sometimes being under geared was actually best in slot. There was horrible like stat weights and just DPS and general scaling. Like as Asa, 40% of your damage was your corruption, just passively putting a dot up from attacking. Like 40% of your damage was literally just passive, like vanilla, you know, the auto attack. And then PvE gear was good, like I said, and then like the maps were awful, like Mugambala and Black. Was it Black Recalled? No, it was Mugambala and Hook Point. Like Hook Point isn't that bad. It's like a rush map for variety's sake, but like Mugambala is like one of the worst maps you could ever make. Like, let's add rooms. People hate that. Let's add Z-axis. People hate that. One gigantic awkward pillar. Yep. People will definitely not like it. Like they just literally made a checklist of everything people complain about and put it all in one map. Like Mugambala is insane. And then there's always the performance issues of like those maps loading the outside zone and just having way worse FPS. I think it just needs an actual free-to-play PvP server where you can't do PvE content and leave like the world PvP island. And then solo queue just needs a complete redesign to not be shuffle. And then the entire rating system needs to be consistent season to season and not vary. It just needs to be a bronze through grandmaster type thing. Yeah, he's talking about socially though. He's not talking about the game. Because he's a role player, you know? J-Mav, thank you for the sub. Getting the ad free, I see how it is. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't think it's that black and white. It's just it pays his bills. So yeah. I'm all for him grabbing the bag and having so much more success. Having more viewers just questing on our Rep Pally and Westfall than AWC, where people are actually putting in effort. You can sometimes, but I would still just play Feint. Unless I'm doing twos against double DPS and I'm playing like healer DPS. Because at that point, my Feint is still getting a lot of AoE damage reduction anyway, into Secret Tech and Comet Storm Meteor and all that. I wouldn't even mind just having 2 seasons per expansion. And just losing a whole raid tier, even if it's like less dollar value per expansion. And having to buy expansions more often. Because at the end of the day, it's not like the sub cost has adjusted for inflation. It's been $15 since 2004. So, I mean, if I'm buying a game every other year instead of like every 2 years, it's fine. I would still play it part-time, yeah. I just wouldn't play every day. I would just play the beginning of the season for a couple weeks. And then play the end of the season. Because playing in the middle of the season does not matter unless you're a streamer or a booster. Because you can be literally #1 on ladder the last week of the season and not be safe. Because that's when the inflation actually hits, and then people will 50-50 win rate, go hundreds of rating above you. I've already done hardcore original WoW, 2 or 3 different tours ago of it. Like, it's not hard. Let alone the people doing guild southbound where they're still trading each other and shit. Like, even Iron Man with no gear is not hard. It's just being patient. And not getting bored. And like drowning or disconnecting or something. It's not actually a challenge. It's literally just time invested equals skill. Gonna probably break, but nice, it didn't break. The trinkets. We just gotta run. Good sheep. Banish the leg sweep. Chillin'. Yeah, but no one does, right? People all have like the rested XP, spoon feeding them where to go, and like they're doing professions and have potions and little engineering target dummies to taunt off themselves. And they're running out of dungeons and they're exploiting the auto unstuck feature while disconnected to teleport out of a dungeon. Like, people are doing all this sweaty shit for a game that's balanced around having 500 ping and 10 FPS 20 years ago, where you press one button and there's maybe 2 mechanics in a raid. It is just fake ego padding to the maximum degree. And it's just there with fluff to make you feel like you're good at something, where you can be like, I'm a world first raider too. So like, just put everyone on the same, you know, level of depth and complexity, where people don't actually outshine one another. It's like a game where you actually can, like, you know, have a Savix kill a Zico or something like that, you know? Where it's just like, In a real world, you know, Zico's 1v5ing 5 Savixes, you know, like. If you're not just trying to communist the game. But I mean, especially like, it's just, you know, people are having bank alts and stuff like that. Like, generally it's just, eh. This guy got a shuffle pop, so I guess I'll get someone new in. I mean, we pumped the other 2 games in the opener. That guy played fine. Thank you for the sub, JMF. We pumped the other 2 games. It's just demo lock healer is always going to be really hard. Yeah, good luck on your shuffle. I wish I could get a shuffle pop. I mean, it's been done before a million times. There's nothing new about vanilla WoW. Maybe if it was the first time vanilla came out, there'll be another classic fresh in a year, and people will, or maybe like 2 years, and people will brainwash themselves the same exact way for the 5th time. Because they're easy to follow along with streamers that just gaslight themselves, or, you know that that's the only type of content they'll be good at, like the Asmongold's and stuff like that generally. Where it's just like, oh, I'm not actually competitive at anything. So I'm just gonna make some The Wall Elden Ring build where I literally do nothing and not have to actually play the video game. And then complain if I don't get ninja looted all the loot in the universe, you know? I don't know, there's just nothing, like, interesting at all about vanilla to me. Like, if it was like a classic plus version of hardcore in like some sod kata plus hybrid version of the game, and like worst case scenario, my character dies, I just keep it for arena, and I don't feel like I wasted my time, and like the mobs actually had mechanics and I was doing stuff, then I probably wouldn't hate it. I'm actually 30, man. And I played vanilla back in actual vanilla. And I played vanilla classic when vanilla classic came out the first time. I don't think I needed to play the second vanilla fresh or the third vanilla fresh. Or sod. It's just not a good game. I mean, even getting to 40 is an achievement to me in terms of like boredom. Like, I can't get past Darkshore without just literally wanting to just die. It's just, every minute it feels like way longer than it should be. Like you play for 2 hours and it feels like you played for 10 hours. Because you just did nothing. Like it literally is watching paint dry. To me. But maybe I'm just too ADHD for it. I don't know. Oh, we're playing Rogue SP. Hell yeah. No, I started an actual vanilla. My streams go back as far as Kata. Like real Kata, not Kata Classic. I deleted some of my old Kata VODs. Or they got deleted anyway. I don't know, if I want to go like emulator some like PS1 games, that's a different type of nostalgia for me. Nice double fair. Sucks I let him get the blur, but I'm to get a sap. I could have maybe resapped off that, but cool to make sure we get another walk. Or yeah, we still get it. Nice. Probably get life cocoon too. Nice little double fair. There's the life cocoon. Guess we just blind that to clear dots to peel. Oh, we dispersed actually. I shouldn't have done that. That's troll. The stun blind sap probably would have killed on the healer. Or killed the DH. Yeah, we get a full fear. I think we still kill here. Casual? Nah, you played it fine. I'm just saying, why don't people play hardcore of like an actually difficult game? I'm not saying Diablo. I would say PoE too, but it's a little buggy. But because it's early access and it's not really balanced well yet in early access. But there's so many games that have an actual hardcore that's not dated. The fact that you have to go out of your way to try to make vanilla WoW challenging just kind of is the statement piece on why it's not challenging. Because people were doing Iron Man challenge even before hardcore even was like actually systemized. Where people would actually do hardcore with no gear on back in the day. And call it the Iron Man challenge. Or at least you were only allowed to use gray items. And it was easy. Nowadays, people have to kind of fake the difficulty. Unless they're just like new to WoW in general. Like the only thing is just not ADHD spurging out and like getting griefed by a dungeon or just hubris of like pulling too much and something running away and pulling more mobs. Or just jumping off a cliff or dying to an elevator boss or auto running into a lake and drowning. Like, those are really the only threats. Unless you get really unlucky with like stuff respawning over and over again in a cave. Try to cloak trap. I cloaked his into him. Can't go drop that. Saved my life. Thunderage trinket. How is this guy not trinketing? That's insane. I've done it twice. You not cute copy on the keyboard. I'll hold Q. Hold on, Waz. This fucking sub sound. The champagne. I mean, classic is just a knowledge check of like, oh, where do you get, you know, this weapon from, or you know, like what dungeons quests to actually do and stuff like that, and what quest chains to actually do. Like, that's literally it. Like, it's something you could easily just have like an automated guide spoon feed you how to get gear, but or do I gank the same hunter from earlier? Ah, that sucks. Are you really gonna land on the same spot? Oh, he took a Q. What a bitch. He's probably out there ruining someone's shuffle lobby. Sorry, I couldn't protect. Actually, even if he died, he would still get the join while dead.
Oh, look at the cleanse, look at the move!
I can't protect anyone's lobby.
What was that?
If I had the glider, I could have chased him down, but I don't have the right engineering leveled on this character. I'd have to go level Northrend, or no, mop engineering. Northrend's just rocket boots. Different time zone. I did a little bit of Outlaw shuffles earlier, yeah. I don't know if it's in the YouTube though. It might only be in the Twitch because I was a little late to start the YouTube. I figure. Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple Outlaw shuffle lobbies. They didn't go too hot like the first couple hours, but I had like a weird triple rogue lobby on Europe too. Alright, we're gonna DFA a coil. Coming. I think when you're in doubt, just always play Subterfuge. I thought you were talking about for sub between the two. When do you use Subterfuge for feels? I think they almost all should be a combination of both. You don't really ever do it defensively. You just, if anything, you're doing it for counter pressure at that point. If you're peeling, you're counter pressuring. You never just strictly peel. But yeah, doing reach press is fine. You can be just a full support bot because like you're never gonna top damage anyway unless the game is like 2 goes long. And you're getting full Blade Flurry uptime on like 2 squishies. Go out. Step behind the bolt so it doesn't go off. He has to be facing me. I'll meld this bolt. Actually, I just melded before it, but... hopefully we don't die through D here. Nice, he disperses. Try not to get double feared. Getting coiled soon, nothing I can really do about it. You pay the coil. Doesn't matter though. He had swap for me. I guess I was just lining him too hard, but we were also like both dead. You also could just drop haste cloak or the haste bones. Yeah, a lot of people just play like disarm and OP cloak. I think bomb is pretty good in shuffle. Yeah, more that the haste is for yourself, but you also kind of need some way to try to cheese a little bit.
Look at the cleanse, look at the moves! Faker! What was that?
Try to kick the ulti. It goes off. He's gonna have to disperse. Hopefully we don't greet it. We're greeting it. Nice. He disperses. He dies through disperse because touch of death. Sucks. That one was a little unfortunate. Considering we were pumping the other games, but... put the coffee on the keyboard. I'm doing okay, Burke. We're gonna just try to get through this content drought the best we can until we can't. Which the way I kind of have it budgeted is another month or so, maybe a month and a half. By February-ish. Which sucks because that's right around when the new season and stuff will be, but if it happens, it'll probably just be part-time. I just don't know how to draw more people in to what's left of, retail arena, just arena in general, without waiting for MOP to be like a big wave of like converting some classic people into like actual gameplay. But I don't know if just viewer 3s would be enough. But I just gotta think of something. I've already pushed high MMR and Blitz. I'm like 3k MMR, which is like kind of high MMR on NA. Like 3.5 MMR is high MMR on EU, but it's like more deflated on NA. But time for clips, hell yeah. I still gotta upload a bunch of them. I'm like really behind on sorting through stuff. And I gotta refix the vertical layout so that I can kind of record it that way too. But I know you have like your own method for splicing it. I've heard people talking about it. I'm not really a React Andy. It's not like it's stuff that's new, right? We've been in this problem for multiple years now of Blizzard just not revamping the rating system and not putting out a viable method of solo queue. Shuffle is just one of the worst ways to do like solo queue in general of any game I've ever seen. And the ranking system, reward system, and MMR system in general just do not work. And whenever they Band-Aid throw 100 MMR at anything, it does not fix the problem that people are like waiting years for a fix on. Terminal, just MMR from you healing, or? Oh yeah, just going 5-1 and only getting 26. Yeah, I mean, your rating isn't the same as your MMR though. But yeah, you only gained. It doesn't show how much MMR you gained, but you probably gained like almost 100 MMR for that. Off the top of my head, I don't think I know them that well. Monster. Not much. PUE wasn't having the viewership for me, even though I've been enjoying it. And we're just gonna grind really hard for a month and a half, try to get my hours way up to make up for the fact that I had plans for multiple months that kind of made me have 3 days off last week. But we'll try to still do way crazier hours this month if possible without burning out, hopefully. I'm gonna try to do less 6-hour days and do more at least 8 to 10-hour minimum days and start a little earlier, hopefully, if I don't have like errands and stuff to run. But yeah, the goal is try to make good on the last kind of month and a half I can, and then maybe just go part-time or something until MOP. We got Burke also gifted 5. Hell yeah. Maybe even try to do like some kind of subathon in January. Maybe start doing like some viewer 3s or something. Whatever I can do to like kind of just break the monotony of stuff. But I don't even know what I would do in a subathon. I mean, I've already tried to do like undercover and stuff, but I don't know if Mage can one, or if SP can beat a Mage 1v1. Blinds me defensively. I think he dies to dots though. I get sheeped out of this, but I'm still on stun DR for a bit. Gouge him when he comes out of that. I mean, I've helped with a lot of the skill cap stuff on there, but yeah. I don't think it's that out of date. It's just, Rogue is a very dead class, and a lot of people are doing different things on it. And Tournament Rogue is very different than Ladder Rogue, so there's kind of a disconnect between the, hey, I want to herp derp on Assad. Yo, here's how you fucking 700 APM sweaty Outlaw play a 10-minute dampener game where you don't do damage. Or, hey, here's how you cheese try to kill only bad players as sub. You know? Just not a well-rounded class that like truly it's like easy to teach or not, because you kind of have to make it rudimentary, otherwise it would be like 700 videos long of each different like unique situation. It just has to be like a, here's your normal rotation, here's 1 or 2 things that might change the rotation, even though there are more than that exist. And that's something you just gotta feel out, because it constantly changes depending on the meta and what comps you're fighting and stuff. It's kind of obvious, but it's just like a certain class just does not feel killable in any comp, and then you just kind of start to ignore them. Guy just trinketed a gouge. DFA the life grip, calculated. Not pulling me off this guy. Like a friend trying to help someone off of someone on a fight. Oh, he doesn't have coil. I was getting ready to melt coil because he pressed Havoc, but I don't know why he's pressing Havoc if he doesn't have it. edge the bomb, so he has to further to run in. And we got the fear, I don't even need the bomb. Should I duel off this? I think I'm gonna duel healer. I already dueled, I forgot. I'm bad. Kick that. Go for a re. Run priest into a blind sap. Can melt coil in a sec. Oh, of course not. I didn't take it that way at all. Like, I've generally been trying to look for ideas. It was even in my stream title earlier today. I'm just like looking for ideas. I've just tried to do that kind of stuff in the past. I either overdo it too much to the point it's not usable, or I underdo it. Or I just drive myself insane doing like 500 takes. I mean, it could be worse. I sat like a 30-minute queue, and then the priest DC'd the entire lobby, and then lost the first 2 games of my team, and then the game ended. So the enemy team gets free wins, and I don't. Like, it could be worse. Your pre-evasioning and stuff like that's good. It's also just double checking Omnibar to like make sure he has it or not, and not just doing it based on his positioning. That's what's also really good about doing like the WAS style layout of Omnibar, of like making multiple different Omnibars and separating them, which my import for it is on the Discord. But what's nice is like my CC category right here, like the middle row right here. It goes like opaque when it's not on CD. So you always have like a reminder instead of just like being told that you don't have it. And then we have Nightmave also with the 5. Hell yeah. But like you just have the reminder of like, oh, he does have like sweeper, oh, he doesn't. Like, that's a good way to do it. And then like defensives and stuff, you can have us like not permanently showing, and then just have them like come up intermittently, you know? And then Chadley also, on top of pumping the 2s, also pumping the gift meter, dude. This is like some 5,000%, 52 on the day, 383 overall. Yeah, a lot of it's kind of just UI based, so you can kind of like learn how to learn. And like when to be patient and just, you know, not even do a go on CD, or like when to not do a shit go and just wait 10 extra seconds on blades or something, you know? Like just how to communicate that. Can't always do that in shuffle though. Yeah, like this kind of layout is so much less overwhelming on Omnibar, where like the normal stuff you kind of just can look whenever when it's not actually on CD, but just like seeing the core CCs and like seeing like core avoidance kind of stuff, like death and fade, and way less overwhelming to have like a permanent reminder of what they have rather than only seeing what they don't have. The only thing that sucks if you do like the permanent showing like this is you'll get false positives if they're not playing the talent. So that's why anything that's like not gonna false positive, you put on the bottom row with like the defensives and stuff. Yeah, Outlaw's pretty much perma-go, yeah. MC. I mean, you've got Trinket anyway, I guess. Got Karma. Trying to melt Fear. Trying to get it. Got Trinket. Tried to sap that, but I couldn't. We're dead here, probably. Offensively duel for him, but I don't really have any damage to kill. Get off that.
For every Twitch Prime used
Ah,
for
but
an
nice
idol,
grip.
I will deport and delete them.
That's not TOS at all. Step back. Land the ulti. He breaks that, so I actually get to go. He just threw this game here. Oh, if I was a trickster, I would have got the sap just because of the extra range. I have step in one, but I think I'm dead here. Yeah. I could have gone silhouette for like more shadow step spam, maybe, but I don't want to give up bomber duel for it or OP cloak. In Minecraft. I wouldn't, probably, because blind is still like a big part of your win con. Something I was trying that I never really fully got to get my opinion on. I don't think it's worth it, but something you could do
Use your
is...
Twitch Primes right now.
You can go like the AoE Crimson, or AoE Fan and Knife slow. And try to kite that way, but honestly, even when pets are slowed, they're still like perma-sprinting the whole game. I don't even think that would let you kite them. How you doing, Coop? Yeah, I don't think Fan and Knife's slow. Yeah, I had to work on it. Not in a great spot for Arena. Pretty much everyone is just a vanilla Andy role player now at this point. I got like another month in me probably. Well, the budget's not there for it. I'm just not seeing any growth. Like even today, I think we've gained like 10 followers, not even. It's pretty basic. I would open it if I didn't want to dox myself, but yeah, I can link it to you. Just Discord me. I try to get it all on one page, but I think a lot of my employments beyond my most recent two aren't really worthy or relevant. Don't judge though, it's just like some Microsoft Word template I had forever ago. Is it weird? Alright, I can evasion the fell cleave. Didn't know I could do that. Alright, cloak coil. Down he goes. I mean, it's the MMR disaster, but that's been going on for like multiple years, right? It's just the whole rating structure needs a revamp. And just giving people 100 MMR is not gonna fix it. I just can't like stick around and autopilot, have negative growth, not even breaking even. When I've already not really been able to put anything in savings for like the whole last year. Like I can't live on 20 to 30k a year in this economy. When I'm making like $9 to $12 an hour, putting in 160 plus hours a week, 6 days a week, or 160 hours a month. It needs a free to play PvP island world, like with, you know, world PvP content in between double DPS and an actual best of one type of solo queue. So healers get rotated around and play more games per hour. Now, I mean, artificial MMR inflation doesn't really do anything. It just makes it easier for some people to hit Glad, but like, that's not the only reason why the game's dead. Do I know how to code? Not really. Like, maybe like super basic stuff, but not really. Like, I'm not fluent in any real language for it. I know like a lot of like terminal commands and stuff, but for like networking and, you know. And I know like a little bit of Python, but like, and I've like reverse engineered some stuff in Lua, but for like WoW's sake, but yeah, it's all just reverse engineering for that. Trial and error. I don't know. I think there just needs to not be MMR inflation. The ranks need to be entirely percentile based, or there needs to be just more ranks with more rewards spread out. There's no reason for Legend and Glad to overlap either. And alts can count the same way they count for rank 1, but for any bracket. So there just needs to be more rewards, more spread out, and it needs to be consistent, same exact level of inflation, same rating structure every single season. No, oh, everyone's 500 points higher this season, everyone's 500 points lower this season. It needs to be completely consistent, percentile based. I kill this guy in duel really soon. I mean, yeah, if you're number 1 ladder, it's not even safe the last week of season usually. Like it's, if you're not a booster or a streamer, there's just no reason to play the middle of the season. Like if you're 2K Andy that wants to like push for Gladiator, why try to improve times 10 when you can just wait 3 months and now your 2K is 2,500? So it's just a terrible system. Like the ratings need to be consistent season long and season to season. So people have a reason to actually play. And they could just add decay instead so people don't sit raiding. And then they could just make the decay only activate like above gladiator. Like really not that complicated. So basically, everyone's MMR goes up, supposedly, a little bit every week. Like maybe let's say 10, like 10 MMR a week. More than that, maybe, because like a season might be 6 to 8 months long. And like at the beginning of a season, everyone is low rated together. And if you're number one on the ladder, you're like 2200, 2400. Middle of the season, you're number one ladder, you're like 27, 28. End of the season, everyone's like 3k to 3.5k, depending on the season. And towards those end of the seasons, everyone kind of, it's not trickled down, but like kind of leans upwards more than they actually are. Even if you don't play. Like you can quit at 2k, and now your 2k MMR actually will be 2.5 MMR. Because all that inflation is still kicking in for you even when you're not playing. So people just don't play because it's like they're not actually improving. Or they don't need to improve. They just wait. So no one plays. It's like you're just incentivized to not play the game. Like it's just a really skewed way of handling inactivity than just having decay only kick on at like a high rating. Part of defensively cool. Thank you, Zeke. Good job on the Euro push. I still gotta push mine, but sub is miserable in shuffle. Might be dead here. Yeah, the double DPS life versus an H-Pal. I don't know, the ceilings of like not being able to fall out of things just create problems. Like if I'm like, you know, playing an alt or like playing with a viewer or something, like you can't just say, oh, you're not allowed to play with the game, you know, unless you have like your main teammate on type thing, where it's like even if you don't tank out of range from your own POV, like you can't just throw some 1800 person into the 2-4 bracket with you. Otherwise, it would just be exploited of like, oh, he's not losing points with you, and then he just magically gets, you know, hundreds of points too. Or it gets to a point where he just can't play with you because he has a 0% win rate fighting the 2-4 people. It just like hurts the flexibility of how many different people you can play with. And I think also there's like a certain fluctuation of like luck. Where someone might peak at like an actual high rating in threes one time and like have a good session. And then tank. And then might not actually be able to repush to that same height. And that's why people have alts and they do the leapfrogging thing where they play their alt till it passes your main and then play your main till it passes your alt. And just rinse repeat that 5 million times. But like I don't think any like kind of safety net like that is really needed compared to just fixing inflation so people play the middle of a season. I think that's more of a decay is better than inflation system with keeping ratings the same season to season and like percentile based. Yeah, leapfrogging ults is super important because shuffle is like borderline gambling. I'll disarm in a second. Ready for it? Oh, it's so close. It's just, it's such a faster jump scare than any other projectile. I almost had it though. I don't have OP cloak on, that's awkward. Not as clean as the first game against this team, but banish the penance. Tried to gouge off that so he had more time to get the fear, but I'm just dead here, I think. Otherwise, I just kill this guy in duel really soon again, even though I don't have blades. Kind of probably better to wait for the blades, though, honestly. He has disperse. He's fine forever. Wait for the weapon enchant to end, the dot, so I can bandage. This is going to be his disperse. And we do a shit go here, and we save duel for the next go. Here's the double fear. Oh, maybe I should have just pressed duel. I don't know. I didn't think he was going to pump that hard. I mean, I guess if I dueled, he wouldn't have died. The SP did do so much there. Yeah, you just alternate which one, and whatever one is the higher rated one is now your main. And then you're just truly... It helps with, like, ladder anxiety for people, too. You're never really at risk of tanking. I mean, everyone knew Abby was boosting, but yeah. But anyone's gonna, like, try to, you know... But I also think getting second-handed is pretty stupid, too. Otherwise, it's like selective treatment, because almost everyone has played with a booster at some point. Like, if you just want to play with some European friend or something, you like, you know, or like... Half the streamers probably are boosters, like... Like, out of every, like, friend group or second or third, you know, mainstream, you know... I need Qs, my main team isn't on type situations, there's gonna be, you know, someone at least in everyone's corner. So I think if it's not consistent on who gets guilty by association, it's kind of dumb, for sure. There's plenty of former AWC people that do a lot of boosts, and even current AWC people. Not to throw tea, but... What am I dying to, man? Guy has so many consecrations all over the place. Pops aggro because he has 5 other backup cooldowns still. I mean, Shovel is just really disrespectful of your time, yeah. Unless you're rigging the gambling by leapfrogging or something. That's why most people, when you look at the top of the ladder, like they have like 3 alts getting rank 1 or something like that. It's that or they like try to sell their characters every season, but... But they kind of cracked down on people transferring their alts onto a shell account and then selling the shell accounts. So I don't even think you can account transfer characters individually anymore, can you? After they made Warbound. Which I don't even think they were trying to solve that problem. They just like accidentally fixed that. Because of the code. Later, Broadside. Thank you again for the subs earlier. I appreciate you. Unreal support today. We're almost back in the 400s. Kill this guy in duel really soon. I think I'm dead to the dragon AoEing me though. You got the karma off, feels bad. Feels orc, man. Needed a clean kidney. With blades duel, no trinket, and he just explodes. And to still have my OP cloak. I forget what I cloaked though. I think I cloaked like dragon damage not to die or something. But I need to be able to cloak the karma. Or he won't die. Crazy I started earlier today. I feel like I should be like 4 hours into my stream and I'm like 7.5 in. I might need to like snack. $110. Eventually it turns into the Arena Junkies Gladiator helmets too. But yeah, I think I have my edit mode on the Discord. It might just be a little more to the top left or whatever. I'm at 100% scale. Or 97 actually. I don't know if I can sap because of the silence, but what am I dying to? The world will never know. He still has disperse. Greeting it again. Hopefully he doesn't die to touch of death. Nice. Do I have rousing ire? I do not. That's so weird. I should have blades this go, I guess. Got secret tech in 12 to OM. That's crazy. Steve Vai is so good on this song. Such a legendary collab. No, you can't get the Glide Mountain Blitz. You can trap Pally this game. Might just be dead here. Nice, he's repping me. Okay. Nice silence. Let's that Pally in a sec for setup. You should drop. Yeah, I'm just going to Zerker. Into a disarm. He blade stormed it, of course. And we're dead. I don't know. I think HPL just counters double DPS. I don't think it's really either of them. I think Warrior we can do more just because we can actually get up here. I think Zerker Age is just way too OP. Yeah, I don't know how Wiz makes it work. Just getting like turboed on by like Enhance and Warrior, and he just makes it work. He's like the only one. I mean, I guess Prev is also insane, but yeah. Most cases, you just see a Warrior and you just assume the SP or Warlock's gonna lose the lobby and shuffle. like a combination of both of them, having like Zerker and Lichborn or Zerker and Trimmer. Especially the AoE teammate Zerker. That's insane that that's even been in the video game for more than a single season. Like I don't know the guy that's drugs that was on that thought, hey, let's just give Warrior Trimmer Totem. Like Fear's already just so counterable. Like it's kind of just laughable like how much better Cyclone is than almost every other CC. Besides Diamond Ice. Light with a 25. Sorry about your screen protector and all that. I hope you... Did you go get a new one already?
Oh, this was active too.
How you doing, Mr. J? Dude, Shadowstrike can't 3-0 the guy. That's so depressing. Why does Shadowstrike and Backstab do that bad on damage? I know Hansel's been liking it. Should I play it? I know I wanted to stream PoE, but it hasn't been good for my viewership. I'm gonna try to do some viewer 3s in the near future. I'm gonna try to push Outlaw Shuffle, EU Shuffle, and then hopefully do some viewer 3s or something, and then maybe that'll make us go till Plunder for a couple weeks, but try to go out with a bang and do a lot of hours until I need to like look for something. But either way, I'll stay part-time if I do find something that I want to do, but could potentially be down. I heard a lot of people were getting burned out on the Marvel's watch, you know. I think it's just people that like whine about balance because of the shark or whatever. I don't know. That's what I see on Twitter a lot. Seems to just be a lot of people like complaining about the balance, and that's about it. People saying they're burnt out, but I know some people that are competitive that have really liked it. Like I think Hansel likes it a lot. Sounds the wrong guy, but it's fine. I really should not have greeted my evasion that long though. Restun so he gets the fear. Gets bopped aggro. I'll have my meld for Leap Stormbolt in a second. Stormbolt, meld it. Pick the rep. The dual healer for CC and defensively. Oh, he swapped me. I think I was fine. And the gouge healer into a kidney. Edge the bomb. Oh, I'm not playing bomb. Something. Double of this. I did 5% of his health. Hell yeah. Step away from the blade storm. Gonna blind warrior because he'll rage trinket it. Trinkets it. I think we're still kind of scared though. Trinket this. Finish the charge route. I don't know what we're supposed to do into that. This is just a giant counter. Like a montage that game, but it doesn't even matter. The silence was okay though. It's like one little thing goes wrong with that wouldn't have gotten us the kill. I think the concept of like the team ups or whatever sounds cool, but I'm not really a big FPS guy. Survival Hunter with no traps. And isn't that the whole point of Survival Hunter though? MMR and skirmish? That's weird. Maybe I just glitched out and showed your MMR from the last time you played rank. Or did you just mean the quality of the gameplay was a skirmish? Because that's every game, even at the highest MMRs in Shuffle. Oh, is the Stream Elements multi-streaming thing out yet? I know they've been teasing it for a while. I'm tired of using the normal ADM plugins for it. I think they're just teasing it still. I thought I saw on Twitter that it was out, but it's not. Where's the altar? Oh, that hits me. That's awkward. %. Nice. Oh yeah, both regions are struggling right now. I mean, at least there'll be a little mini patch to bait people for a couple days next week, and then Plunderstorms in a month, but yeah, not great. Get out the Earth Grab. Got Emerald. I mean, it's what's crazy is I kind of only stumbled on this going over how long the expansion's been out. And in reality is we're only 4 months into this expansion. Because I was wondering why season 1 felt so long for February to be the release date, right? I'm like, that's like a year season, you know, because we're still multiple months away. But in reality, that's a normal 6-month season. It's just ridiculous that in 4 months, it's felt like it's been a year and a half. Because it feels way too similar to Dragonflight. Yeah. That's kind of the conclusion I came to. It literally feels like it's been a year and a half, even though it's been 4 months. Which is not good. I don't think it should be tier. I don't think tier sets should be in PvP, period. I think it's just hero talents just shouldn't be passives. And there needs to be PvP set bonuses. And the class design just needs to be very different for almost every spec. I don't really have any laptop recommendations. I would generally just say don't get a laptop unless you absolutely have to. Because even if you get something with like a good graphics card or something, like you grab something with like a 4070 Ti or something in a laptop, like you're still gonna have horrible thermals. It's gonna be a jet engine level loud. Gonna have like 2 or 3 hours of battery life if it's not like plugged in. Like, reminds me of this meme I saw on Twitter the other day, like the other week. I was dying. And it was this guy that, like, it was just an image. He had the laptop upside down. And then he just inverted his screen to be right side up. So that the upside down laptop was correct. So that he could have room for his keyboard. in his mouse and use it as like an upside down monitor that was like actually not upside down because he flipped it in the windows. I'm like, that guy's a genius. I scrolled up and found it. Look at this. It'd also just be so much less warm. Like, that is just... Yeah. I don't know. Laptops are always gonna have some issues. I'm not trying to rotate my screen, man. I pre-Zerkered before even getting sapped or feared. Why? Just macroed into his heroic leap or something? I was gonna DR blind for a sap there. Meld the Stormbolt. But we're kind of committed to hitting Pally, I guess. Sucks, but... Lay on hands at 1% life. That's bad. I think if you let me DR blind sap off the fear, I think we might have killed a warrior that go, but... popped aggro even though he's not even stunned or anything. We might have to mix it up, chat. We've just gotten HP Warrior like 6 times in a row. I feel like. I don't know how much variety we're gonna get. We're too high. Give it 1 or 2 more, but I mean, if you want to go disc, we can. Yeah, that'd be way easier. I got you. Hey, Contagion. With the 20 as well. Shit. You trying to do some roguelike in a bit? We should. I think I'm gonna start doing some viewer 3s eventually in another week or two. You're definitely a top contender for it if you want Contagion. Actually, though. It's a shame you're on Destro though. That's like the main thing. Especially if you can get Half-Yo on it. You know, like, I think that'd be fun. Do some roguelike priest. His ping's better now that he's not in Japan anymore, right? Oh, he hasn't been on still? I just know we've done a lot of roguelike 2s. Like, you're one of the few locks that make the comp fun. You and Bodhi with Bodify, the one who made Better Blizz frames and plates before he got too cool to hang in here constantly. Now that he's always working on the skill capped add-on. But yeah, the man, the myth, the legend, Bodhi. He's also my other warlock I like to do a lot of 2s with. But it's fun to play roguelike 2s with the people that actually set up Fierce Apps and don't like permadot everything. And know how to coil for cross and pre-CC. And are okay like DR fearing off blind for a sap too. You didn't get it, you popped evasion? That's unfortunate. Yeah, we're at 70 on the day. Holy hell, we're in the 400s again. That feels good. Yeah, I'm trying to think of things I could do for like the next month and a half. Kind of like get through the drought in WoW, because I'm not a vanilla WoW Andy. So it's like, I think I could just finally start doing some viewer 3s. I think the game's dead enough to that point. And then, I don't really like doing the whole undercover thing. I might try to do a subathon in January. Just have to plan the logistics of like even how to set it up. Of like the point values and how much a sub is worth and all that kind of stuff. I have no idea how to do it. I would imagine they're probably going to be more expensive just because people don't sell characters anymore because the warbound changes. Because you can't character transfer to a shell account and sell a shell account anymore. And it's also super deflated, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to figure it out. I probably got a couple, you know, like a month and a half, 2 months left in me, kind of. Even though that's kind of when the new season is starting, but until I look for something full time, because I don't think I can make it till summer. It'll be fun to play some Thunderstorm next month though. But yeah. Such a long drought. Scary. I mean, it might just be account wide of a different character, right? Or a boost, yeah. I mean, that would have. I mean, I have a hot tub at my apartment. You know, that would be a private Discord thing. No. Whatever pays the bills at this point. No. Best way to improve a sub. I have a really clean UI. Do a lot of odd review, and kind of learn the patterns of what made a go bad, and you know when the go is over, and when to be patient, when to rush. Don't gap your stuns. Be good at like sapping and stunning people's trinkets. Be good at crossing. Be good at preing. Have higher kick accuracy. It's just all the little things. Forgot to go disarm, but it's fine. There's the pre-zerker before sap again. I don't know why. I should not have DR'd this stun. That was bad. I'll Storm Bolt in a second. Let me just leave Fierce Man instead. Blind Warrior in a sec, but we're dead. Yeah. Alright, send the disc. I love this guy just pre-Zerker raging nothing while he's sleeping in. Not even sapped or feared yet. Guy's completely lost, but hey, at least he has an H-Ball on his team. So they have like 18 defensive CDs to guaranteed live 3 minutes against the team that they kill in like 2 goes. My bad. Yeah, I was practicing that a little bit for AWC back then, but yeah, it's just really slow and damp. I don't really like playing that much with HPAL. It doesn't contribute that much actual like real burst, and it just makes the games too long. I'd rather play with a really aggro monk or dragon or priest that like helps me cover my weakness of doing no damage. And guaranteed make every game super long while I'm immortal. Outlaw's OP, I just don't enjoy it that much. Also, we're playing Rogue Shadow Priest. He just now went disc. And I really wouldn't play Outlaw double DPS. No, it's more of an HPAL versus double DPS thing. There's no way you go through 2 bops, a bubble, a lay on hands, multiple trinkets, and bubble in like 2 minutes. Same with like shuffle. Wait, HPL is so much better in shuffle than it is like real 3s even. Because the dampening is so much faster. Yeah, generally you want to play Rogue Lock Priest or Rogue Boomy as all 3 Rogue specs. Rogue Mage is just for like fighting against Rogue Boomy and a couple other Rogue comps. Like Rogue Mage is good in the Rogue Mirror, but for the most part, you just play with a Locker or Boomy, and you can play with Monk, Priest, or Dragon as Asa or Outlaw or Sub. It's just Outlaw is the best by far, not remotely close. I'm just bored of Outlaw. I don't like just being a complete support with no burst and not even being able to 30-0 someone. And I hate the RNG, and I don't like not having Shadow Step. And I hate every team just throwing more CC at me than the healer, just trying to perma CC Adrenaline Rush, because it's all like snowball and like uptime, and it's just, ugh. It's fun to like grapple kidney, grapple back, and like go all over the place, but it gets boring. I like the 0.8 second globals on AR, where you just get more free APM. And it lets you actually do your rotation and restun orcs. But it's just, it gets old. Because I like bursting people. And you don't get that feeling even with spam BTE into like killing spree. You're just there to give people tricks and haste and then let someone else have all the fun while you just spam cheap shot. Yeah, they can't rally and cry while silenced, but like that's also corrode silence. But that's not something you really go for it. Maybe if they're at 1% and you know they have it and their healer's already in some other type of CC, but you're almost always gonna press it on the healer. Yeah, growth silence can prevent that too. I don't think they've said anything like that yet, no. At least every player housing XD. Or the like 10 people left that can manage to hang on. Or just the PVers. I'm not gonna blades this, because he used crit immunity. We got trinket. Pop my CDs now. Duel if he pops Emerald. Poke the Binding Shot. Big of his crit. Duel to try to get the turtle, but he walls. Got turtle anyway. Palm the Emerald. Stun the guy's trinket. Hit the trap. And blades for the next go. I think I'm still just dead. Meld in one. Try to kite the pets. Bro, this guy's just on a tank spec, man. I don't know, people are just crazy on hardcore. It's because they also lose viewers on retail too. Kind of a rock and a hard place. Whenever stuff goes to like vanilla and stuff like that, all the viewers just fluctuate to the top. So there's no more like normal 100 viewer Andy. Or even like a 200, 300 viewer Andy. It's like, okay, everyone's all at the one Soda Poppin' or Asmon or Czar, or, you know, it's just. Or they Peo or Grayson, you know, and stuff like that. It's just like, it all fluctuates there. There's no like middle class of it. Because it's not really about gameplay. It's just about being loud. Are the HP Warriors scared now that we're not playing double DPS? Ellie Outlaw Disc could comp. It's probably better with a Mistweaver or a Dragon, but nah, I wouldn't play Dragon with an Ellie. Yeah, probably just a Mistweaver. Probably the target frame. Could have sapped through it there, but we got the fear, so that's fine. What? Crazy how not immortal that guy is compared to a hunter. Can't tell if Shadowcrop's good. It's insanely good. Kind of mandatory. It's not even about the double of this. It's just all the symbols goes. You're getting, even if you don't get the Abyss back to back, you're getting to 7 combo points way easier. Because they're just always at like twice as many Shadow Technique procs. Otherwise you are really dance charge starved. Yeah, the target buffs and debuffs, flash cast bar. And then in Better Blizz frames, that's how I like filter out the ones I don't need to see or make like certain ones be like larger and like color coded. And also like sort certain ones to the front. Better Blizz frames and Better Blizz plates are like the majority of my UI. One of my mods made it. Really good add-ons. There's even imports for my settings. It's really nice to do it that way too, because big debuffs can only show one thing at a time. So there's gonna be times where like there'll be like a crucial buff here, but big debuffs is showing something else. So it's like you stunned him, but he has like bark skin up or something, and then it's like you only see the stun. So it's like it's a good way to just like force yourself to like have certain defensives and stuff get like filtered to the front and be larger than the other buffs and debuffs, so that your brain just like insta swaps on defensives more. Yeah, there's still a sea of buffs even with the filter. Like, I didn't go that crazy with filtering. I just removed a lot of the ones that you don't need to see, like the holiday event stuff and like, or procs that do nothing, that are just like perma procs that aren't even purgeable. But yeah. Maybe you have an older version of the profile too, though, or you hit the button. I don't know. Tried to evasion the rest of the druid, but not sure what broke the blind. Could have tried to vanish that, but I fucked up there. I didn't mean to stun the feral first. I just switched my focus to who I was already on because class stacking. A little fried 8 hours in. Nice pre-MD. Couldn't step kick that, just barely out of range. Might sap him because he's just spamming clones. No, so Focus Fan and Knives is really weird. It sounds like the Nelio meme, where people are like, Nelio would have a focus distract macro. But it's actually real. And as far as I know, I'm the only person that has it. At like the top end. But so when you do harm in a macro, it like prevents it from doing like the buffered targeting. Like right here, if I click kidney, right? Wait, why is it targeting that? I don't think I have kidney macroed on my bar properly. Okay. Oh, yeah, I like my method more than... But yeah, the gist of it is, I'm trying to do the big mex method of target instead of harm. But, it makes it to where Fan and Knives doesn't acquire a new target. Is the gist of it. But it still just works even without a focus. But I think they fixed it, actually. Let me go to the target dummies with not having targeted anything. Yeah, see how it's not targeting the target dummies? That's why it's relevant. No focus at all. But if I try to drag it to my bar and then press it, see how it targets an enemy. And why that's relevant is like if someone like vanishes or like feign deaths or something like that, you don't want it to like acquire a new target and like potentially like make you auto attack and break CC. Yeah, we got NG goggles, NG bracers, crafted weapons, crafted rings, crafted necklace, catalyst boots. So you just take conquest boots and you put them in the tier maker machine and they come out this way. We got 2-piece with legs and shoulders. We could just do crafted shoulders too and just drop the 2-piece, but still play tier legs because these are more than crafted legs. But it's not worth losing 10%, I don't think. Because also you want to have a little bit of verse. Like 19's already pretty low on Versa. I might go verse amps instead of the Algari. I don't know. I've gone back and forth like 20 times. Can't make up my mind. Algari is way better in PvE, and Dragonflight Arena is PvE, so... Or War Within Arena. So Algari should just be better. I don't know if we needed that, but... Okay. I got soloed by the monk. Healer hits harder than I do. It should be in the Discord. It's just better Blizz frames, better Blizz plates. And then there's a add-ons channel in the Discord. And this should have the import for it. A bunch of other stuff. Well, there's also an optimization channel that helps a lot with like settings and stuff that help with input lag. I'd recommend both of those. But everything's in there. Camera broke? Really? Oh, it did. Because it's green region. Other scene. I gotta reset that up. I'm just a dark iron dwarf. Gotta fix it on both these scenes then. Just gotta remake these scenes for later. I think Night Elf is still just mandatory until they make it not drop combat. Another whole subterfuge is insane. Maybe the Magcar orc thing might help people cheese more damage, but yeah. I was built better than Flag. I mean, it's gonna do less damage, but it's just more quality of life, not having to risk getting peeled and being able to hold your blades and not just shove blades just to have it line up with Flag, because they answered the pre-flag. You have the option of, oh, they just already bare-skinned or already roar of sacrificed. I'm just gonna hold blades for next go. So it's more flexible, you know, and yeah. I did not mean to dance, but I broke my cheap shot macro. I kind of need cheap shot. Why is it not working? I guess we're playing without cheap shot. Hard mode. Streamer challenge. Did I put 2 ats? Okay, that's what it is, yeah. Who needs my most important button? Yeah, I don't know why I put the at, because it was at target and I was changing it back to harm. We can play the game again. First minute didn't count. We're waiting on dampening anyway. I could have just did focus cheap shots all game, honestly. I should have did that. Rescues him out of the bomb. Kick that. Go blind into a sap. Running out of the flares, I can get it. Emerald doesn't give combat, so I should have been able to get a sap there, but game decided not to. Ult is that, that's fine. I have blades for the next go if we live. Think I'm dead though. Plus the fly stun. Keep running for the entire zoo. I just kill this guy in duel in 5 seconds if I live, but I don't think I do. Yeah. I have the most damage. Actually, he had crit immune. I don't think he dies. Yeah, who knew? Not having cheap shot, my only button that does anything. For the first minute of the game, kind of hurts. Did I fuck up any of those other macros I was writing to? I was like trying Big Mex's method. Until I realized it was still targeting things. It's easier to avoid breaking CC on Hunter than it is on Rook, but... yeah, I just like having harm and everything so it doesn't fuck with my targeting. Instead of just at target. Yeah, it's called dynamic macros. The setup for it's also on the Discord. Okay, you just go into here, you put the name of the macro, and then you just write /cast @healer for the spell. And then if you're writing to DPS, it's a little different. You have to do /cast @healer and then just nothing. And then second line /cast @damager, the name of the spell. Yeah, you have to have like a something pointed blank at a healer, or it won't work. Because yeah, the healer one is really basic. It's literally just like this. Somehow, I don't know what the hell I just did. But you get what I'm saying. Go back shadow. You do you. Yeah. We've been live for almost 9 hours, and I also like did an hour of coaching before I went live, so I'm pretty fried. So I probably am gonna play a handful more. Definitely longer than my normal little six hour days. So I'm just gonna try to go live more every day. And yeah, we'll try to get some viewer threes going in the near future, but I've never had the start lever work once. Out of thousands and thousands and thousands of games, there's always at least one person. Which sucks, because I've been preaching for the lever for like 10 years. Saying how... Oh, I just did not mean to do that. Yeah, I'm very fried. Trying to sap, I don't know how I fat-fingered alt for the bomb. At least this guy just dies really soon, though. Never mind, I can't do my rotation because he's an orc, so he gets turtle off. Never mind, he just decides to greed turtle even though there's a gap in the stunts. We will take it. True. We didn't have to go through bubble, bop, lay on hands, bop again. Different hunter healer, nice. Better half trapping DPS. Well, I guess I'm playing with a healer now, or with shadow. I guess it does double DPS. I mean, I didn't know he was just gonna life swap. I was just there to CC off. Like, I knew my damage is worthless, so I'm just there to do restuns, gouge, duel, kick, and then get off. It's just, I was going there for CC, then he swapped him, like, so I might as well just go him. See if I can get them to both paints up. But he just dies instead. I've never seen that interaction happen, so I don't know. That was a good fade. I think we just lose because double DPS. No trinket for this, so I probably just die. Need to get a subterfuge really bad here. Love the guy emoting when he's fighting literally double DPS. As long as he presses 2 defensives without overlapping his entire keyboard, you just kind of win by default. Outlaw good. It's the best rogue spec, yeah. You play hardcore. Retail is really dead. I just don't like vanilla WoW. For me, it's like watching paint dry. I'm way too ADHD for it. I don't think time invested equals just skill. Really, really boring, and the entire game is just role playing and just the social aspect of it. And I don't really play for the social aspect. The thing is, people that come back from Classic aren't going to come back to retail. They're building a base to get out of retail. If they can, but like, not everyone can do that. And I don't know how to be that fake. Yeah, I tried to stream a little bit of PoE, but it wasn't going well. But I've been enjoying PoE off stream. And then, I don't know, maybe at some point I'll try the Rivals game, even though I'm not really into FPS. I used to be. I haven't played in years. Apartment living, I don't really have a kit anymore, and noise and all that, you know, and space. Better I do it with my hands than my feet, because then I'm going to get a noise complaint from people below me. Yeah, not in an 800 square foot apartment where half the apartment is Natalie's yarn for crafting. Think I got a room for a drum set anywhere in here? We got like 4 different IKEA cabinets filled of yarn. And we got our desks, then we got the kitchen island, then we got our couch and TV, and that's like the entire apartment. I got no room for a drum set. Like 800 square feet for 1,700 a month, because this economy is a joke. But it's a luxury apartment, I guess. But it's because we went to where the fiber was. Because we were both having internet issues for like 4 months, and so we actually like switched apartments over it, like a year and a half ago. Oh, I tried to gouge Trinket, but it was on CD for 1. Gonna get reverse magic off, probably. I don't even think he plays it, actually. Guess the paint's up, feels bad. I don't know about that MC, but at least he knew to fake the first tick of penance, since he doesn't actually need to heal ever. If I get a re-sap, we might have a window to do something. He rage left the game. But he gets for emoting and then throwing the game. The priest, as soon as he got sapped, he just rage left again. I think that's a good one, honestly, to end on. Because honestly, we're just going to queue into them 50 times in a row, and they should win 100 out of 100 times. And those guys hate me and emote me all the time. So it's hilarious if they lose to double DPS. So I'm going to take a break. I've been playing for 9 hours today. I'm going to run some ads. I appreciate you all. I will be here tomorrow. Peace.